I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, private consultation with the board's attorney. 551.074, to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel. 551.076, to discuss intruder detection security audit, and the time is 5:30. Thank you, ma'am.
Do you understand that last one?
Oh, you can't sign somebody up. The board will now convene into open session, and the time is 6:15. On behalf of the trustees, I would like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast Independent School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during the Matters from Before section of the agenda. If you signed up to address a specific action agenda item, you will be called at that time. We wish to emphasize that this is a business meeting of the board, and while those in attendance may disagree about issues, it is our expectation that everyone will conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner. Disruptions to this meeting by anyone will not be tolerated. In the event any person or group disrupts the meeting, a warning will be given to stop any disruptive behavior. Anyone persisting in disruptive behavior will be removed from the meeting. The board may also call a recess in the event of persistent disruption so that individuals who engage in disruptions can be removed. It is our intent to conduct the meeting in an orderly fashion. Finally, I would like to remind you that it is the mission of Northeast to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. Item 5, Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. A, Academy of Creative Education, Dr. Valdez.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, thank you for inviting the Academy of Creative Education to lead the invocation and pledges at tonight's board meeting. Joining us tonight and representing ACE's student body are Isabel Fonseca and Josue Morales. Josue will be delivering the invocation and is accompanied this evening by his mom, Alejandra, and stepdad, Juan. Josue and family, please stand and be recognized. Josue's plans include continuing his cybersecurity training at our district's ICSI program, earning his high school diploma, and then working in the field of cybersecurity. Isabel will be leading the pledges and is accompanied by her moms, Julia and Marty. Isabel and family, please stand and be recognized. Isabel's plans include earning her high school diploma and then relocating to Hawaii and entering the workforce.
Please stand and bow your head. One nation, under God, indivisible. Let us take those words to heart and learn to live by them, for they are more than just words. They are a belief that has shaped the course of our nation and the course of our lives. For we are one nation, united in our belief to improve the quality of life. Education makes it possible to be the best of which we are capable. And we are under God and know that we will continue to grow as a people with a common goal of becoming citizens that will nourish and support each other. We are indivisible, working together to become a force for peace and freedom. This evening, we ask God's blessing on this board meeting and everyone in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please join us for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Josue and Isabel, if y'all will come forward, we have certificates for you, and we'd like to take your picture. That's great. Thank you all for being here. You're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to leave as the front row exits. Thank you all. Enjoy your summer. Yeah. Item 6, recognitions. A, President's remarks on acknowledgement of special calendar events. I just want to recognize everyone who made graduation so successful. We had media productions. Jason and Jimmy and Rob did a great job. Thank you. Live streaming, taking all the pictures, Facebook. Tyler Shoesmith, Dr. Oxley were with us the whole time, so thank you. Graduations went off really well. We had, over 4,300? Oh, okay. I won't steal your thunder then. So anyway, I just want to thank everybody who helped us with graduations to make them so successful. Item B, UIL 6A track and field state meet medalists. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grona. Good evening. Members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. I am really excited to introduce 3 Reagan High School students that have placed in the top 3 in their respective events during the UIL 6A track and field state meet held on May the 4th. Students, when I call your name, please come up to the front and be recognized and stay here until all 3 of you are called, and then at that point we'll take some pictures, okay? So first off, okay, sure. Sorry, Mr. Hilliard. All right. First off, we have Mackenzie DeGrossa, bronze medalist in high jump. Next, we have Isabella DeGrossa, silver medalist in the 300-meter hurdles. Next is Samuel Abate, silver medalist in pole vault.
Picture
And
time.
that's it, but I also just want to acknowledge proud parents that may be here. Coach Jennifer McHugh. Dr. Reiniger, he's here also. Coach Remmers, thank you.
You want Chuck in the picture?
Oh,
Can we get one with the principal in the picture too?
Dr. R.
Yes, please.
Congratulations. The next item is C, Churchill High School All-Service Division II National Champion Unarmed Drill. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grona. I'd like to invite Captain Keisha Spalding to the podium to introduce this next agenda item.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, Good evening. I come to you tonight to celebrate and recognize the achievements of Winston Churchill High School unarmed drill team, Queens Guard. The Queens Guard drill team competed in the all-service JROTC National Championships held in Daytona, Florida, 6 to 7 May 2023. Competing in Division II, the team placed first in inspection, second in color guard, fourth in regulation, and seventh in exhibition drill. The 4 scores combined pushed the team atop the standings to capture the title of the Division II All-Service JROTC Unarmed Drill Team National Champions. I would like to call the team members forward to be recognized. Kayla Alvarado, John Balderrama, Nehamani Carr, Cypher Garcia, Kyrie Guzman, Isabella Hardin, Treston Johnson, Maximo Powell, and Emily Russell. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, can y'all make 2 rows, maybe? Congratulations again. Item D, Reagan High School All-Army Champion Unarmed Drill. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grona. I am just waiting for Master Sergeant. He may be coming in just
Okay.
a second here. Dr. R, can you check to see if he's at the door?
Well, they always come out that way.
All right, so I'd like to introduce Master Sergeant Tijerina to the podium to introduce this agenda item.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Good evening. It is with great pride that I come before you tonight and recognize the achievements of the Diamondback Unarmed Drill Team from Ronald Reagan High School's ROTC department. In early May, Diamondback traveled to Daytona Beach, Florida, along with 43 other teams, each representing the best the region had to offer, to compete in the United States Army Cadet Command's National Drill Team Championships. The team competed in the regulation phase, capturing first place, the color guard phase, capturing first place, and was crowned overall National Army ROTC champions. The color guard then went on to win first place in the All-Service Champions Division I, the Masters Division, as well. I would like to call the team members forward to be recognized. Team Commander, Kendallin Owens. Executive Officer, Taylor Nentwich. Jersey Macabio. Waylani Madero. Megan Rodriguez. Shelby Medina. Angel Lee. Jordan Kirk. Marcela Lara, Rhea Escobar, and Caitlin Sear.
Two rows.
And Dr.
Scoot up a little bit. Nobody wants to be on second row. Yeah, get in, Dr. R. Congratulations again. Item 7, matters from the floor. The trustees welcome comments from members of the public during this time of the meeting. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting, although members may request further information or a future agenda item on a matter raised during public comment. As explained fully in the board's written procedures for this time, the matters from the floor portion is a limited public forum. Accordingly, speakers may present on a topic related to district business for up to 3 minutes, but are not permitted to make 1, personal complaints about an individual staff or board member that should be raised using the district's grievance policies, 2, a personnel action, 3, a student disciplinary matter, 4, a complaint about a particular student, 5, or pending litigation. Any person who persists in speaking on these topics after being directed not to do so will lose the remainder of their time to speak and may lose their privilege of addressing the board at future meetings. If you signed up to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called up when the board reaches that item. Please remember that this is a business meeting of the board. Any person or group engaging in outbursts of any kind causing a disruption to the meeting will be warned, and if they persist, will be removed from the meeting. This is to ensure that all speakers have an opportunity to make comments without interruption and that the board members are able to pay full attention to speakers without any distractions. We also welcome written comments at any time, either through email at board@naisd.net or by mail, care of the Superintendent's Office at 8961 Tesoro Drive, 6th floor, San Antonio, Texas, 78217. And before we start, I want to have a question for number 2. Did you sign up for item 2AI, or did you sign up for 11AI? 11. Okay. I mean, 11A. 1. Okay. A1. Compensation, right? Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. Okay, so it looks like it's 1, 3, 4,
Right, yeah.
right?
Right, number 1?
Good evening. My name is Tim Taylor, and I'm here to follow up on an email that I sent to all of you on the 6th of June. That particular email was addressing the topic of approval of chaplains in Texas schools. The Texas legislature approved the use of chaplains in schools, and each school district now needs to vote formally to approve the use of chaplains in schools. In that particular email, I encouraged you all to vote for and approve the use of chaplains in the Northeast School District. As a retired chaplain with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, I am very familiar with all the benefits that the chaplaincy program has brought to the prison system. I believe those same benefits can be brought to the students in our schools. Our students and faculty deserve to have the opportunity to speak with a chaplain to help them have hope in some of their difficult situations that they face in school and in life. I believe that the new law stipulates that the chaplaincy program is to begin with the 23-24 school session. I know that doesn't give you much time to work out all the details of how a new program like this would be implemented, but I think it is worth the time and effort to make it happen. As you are probably aware, most of the counselors that are presently employed by the school district spend much of their time in helping students with their academic schedules and do not have much time to also devote to the mental, social, and emotional needs of the students. Chaplains in the schools could certainly be an asset in helping to meet some of those needs. Many times, students just need someone to take time to listen to them and know that they are valuable, accepted, and loved. Ideally, it would be good to have a chaplain available for each grade classification, both the high schools and middle schools. If that is not economically possible, then at least one chaplain per school would be at least a starting point. The law does allow for schools to employ or accept as a volunteer a chaplain to provide support, services, and programs. This might mean that you would pay those who are certified chaplains and not pay those who are simply volunteers. This would be one of the issues you would have to work through. I don't have time to discuss all the pros and cons of having chaplains in the schools, but let me state for the record that it would be in the best interests of our students and teachers to begin this program sooner than later. I am available for further consultation if I can be of help to the board. I've worked much of my life in social work with Child Protective Services and also in various chaplaincy positions, so I am familiar with the needs of students and adults as well. I spent the 22-23 school year actually substituting in the Northeast School District, so I'm familiar with the whole school system process. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that you do as a school board.
Thank you.
Number 3.
Good evening. My name is Linda Chapman. I'm here to talk about immunizations, and in particular, how immunization requirements are shown on the NEISD web pages. For instance, when looking up enrollment requirements for pre-K, kindergarten, etc., the website always just says immunizations required or immunization record. There is zero mention of the option to have an exemption from immunization. The only way that anyone can even know there is any such thing as an exemption is by clicking on the PDF link on the website. Basically, there are multiple steps required just for somebody to see that exemptions are an option. So I would just ask that in any place on your website where an immunization requirement is mentioned, that it just say, or an exemption. Not hard at all to do that. The reason this is so important to me is because parents need to know their options, and I really hope parents will start doing their research on how toxic all of the vaccines really are. I encourage people to go to the Rumble video platform and search for the documentary films called Vaxxed and Vaxxed 2, just for starters. Before I started doing my research in 2020, 2021, I trusted the government and the medical community, and I didn't question anything beyond a cursory look at the CDC website. Now I know that the leaders of the CDC, the FDA, and Big Pharma are really just the same people, since there is a revolving door between Big Pharma and those agencies. It is a corrupt, mega multi-billion-dollar a year industry that doesn't care about your children. I realize that to some, being anti-vax sounds like crazy conspiracy theory, but it isn't a theory when the facts are there. I'm a retired military officer, and I've been a licensed practicing attorney for 25 years. I know how to do my research and use critical thinking. Vaccines are poison. And for anybody that's questioning what I'm talking about, for instance, on the COVID injuries, you go to Telegram channel, download the app called Telegram, and look for COVID BC, and you can see he documents all the injuries that he's seeing from the COVID vaccine. It is real. You need to do your research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4.
Hello, my name is Nancy Draves, and I came here bearing thank yous. I came to thank NEISD for giving me the opportunity to volunteer in your schools starting back in the early 1980s at Thousand Oaks Elementary. I'm showing my age here. I followed that by mentoring at Bradley Middle School, Roosevelt High School, and MacArthur High School, where I established a mentorship program. All these wonderful experiences have enriched my life. Second, thank you for hiring me. My 20 years at MacArthur High School are particularly memorable, especially the last half of my career there. At that time, a very innovative counselor now principal, Dr. P.J. Valdez, began the MACE or Achieve program as it is known to today. I swear I did not know he would be here today. I promise you. I was hired as the first full-time teacher in that program. Together with Dr. Valdez and other teachers who joined us, we saw success. With the support of our principals, counselors, and NEISD, we worked hard to develop that program, which was tailored to assist the students who had fallen behind in their credits, with many in danger of dropping out of school. They needed our help, and thankfully we were always supported in our efforts. Hopefully we enriched their lives as much as they did ours. I know their strength impressed me beyond measure. Finally, and more recently, I have been happy with your response to our children in terms of the free breakfast and lunch programs you offer elementary students through the 5th grade. For without that assistance, many might go hungry throughout the day. Kids knowing they will have food helps all children feel secure. It promotes their health, their happiness, and their ability to do their best throughout the day. Throughout June, you are hosting the food sharing program at Thousand Oaks for children up to the age of 18. This is another way in which NEISD is assisting in the care of our children. One NEISD high school student who shares food often told me recently, which is kind of why I'm here, they felt 10 to 12% of all kids have food insecurities. Sharing food is certainly an example where the community and the schools can work together. Please continue helping and enhancing your food programs, and
Your time is up.
you can. Kids don't stop being hungry after 5th grade. And if you ever need any volunteers for anything, I will do it.
Thank you. Okay, that's all for matters from the floor. Item 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action regarding routine personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments. Do I have a motion to approve items A, B, C as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 9, presentations. A, intruder detection audit by Texas School Safety Center. Dr. Micah.
Apologize, I'm fumbling all my papers.
That's okay.
Thank you, Madam President. As we discussed in closed session the last month, which was May, we did have 4 more exterior door audits by the Texas School Safety Center. Of those 4, 3 were clean audits, and we did have 1 finding at one of our campuses that was addressed the very day and time when it was found.
Okay, thank you. Item B, 2023 accountability refresh update. Mr. Jarrett.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Mike, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. I would like to have Brandy Merriman, Director of Performance and Planning, come to the board for this agenda item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. I am here to present to you some of the changes that are coming to accountability this year. It'll be my shortest presentation yet, so you'll like that part. They're calling it a refresh, although it's not quite as easy as it sounds. The system hasn't changed since 2017 with the 85th legislature. They produced House Bill 22, which said that they're going to change the system to the A through F system. Very simple. Everybody gets a grade, either an A, B, C, D, or F. It's been set like that since that time. They haven't made any changes to the system for the past 5 years. However, because of their ultimate goal to make sure all of our graduates are college, career, military ready, they're going to make it a refresh this year. So they're calling it a refresh.
If you have any questions as I go through here, just interrupt me, please, okay? Because it's kind of confusing if we kind of go back and forth. All right, this year we established a STAR redesign. The redesign included many aspects, but the most important was all kids had to test online. And the writing was in all grade levels, 3 through 8, not just 4 and 7, which it had been in the past. And they had writing in all subject areas, short constructed response. During that time, we've been ready for this for a couple years. They're also changing how they're going to grade us. So in early March, they produced the updated A through F framework, which they've been working on for quite a long time, and they produced a accountability manual at the end of April. Then in May of 2023, they produced some early guidance. Because we are not going to get our scores until September, all they told the teachers was the zone of uncertainty was the favorite term of teachers and parents. They gave us what range the kids were going to be likely to pass. If they had this raw score, they were likely to pass, likely not to pass, or they're in the zone of uncertainty. And that's all the parents have right now. And that's all the teachers have right now, except for our EOCs. So on May 31st, they went ahead and gave us EOC performance levels so that they could do graduation.
Brandy, define what EOC is.
End of course for the high
Right.
school, for the high schools. And so because they needed to graduate, they went ahead and gave those performance levels. But for 3 through 8, they don't have anything besides that zone of uncertainty, which is fun. I get it. But at the end of this last month, they produced a report that's called the What If Report. And this is a very important report, okay? The reason for it, I'm going to share with you in just a minute. But on August 8th, they're going to give us their final EOC reports. August 11th, they're going to give us our 3 through 8 accountability reports. So that's when they're going to give our approaches, meets, and masters for 3 through 8. Then they're going to finalize the manual. And then in late September, they're going to give us our ratings. So all of that to say, we won't know how our campuses did this year until September. All right, I'm going to keep going unless you have any questions so far.
Just let that sink in for a minute. I mean,
It sank and just went. Are they messing with us? Is that what they're doing?
No, the reason we all went online because the results are coming in faster. But
Faster. We're talking September,
Yes,
and what
ma'am.
are we supposed to do in the meantime?
well,
Because we
but
have.
but Ms. Villarreal, to that piece, that's what makes this difficult. Is we have a 45-45, right? I always remember that people don't like that one, but it mandates that we do 30 hours of tutoring every month for a student who fails. Well, we're supposed to be building all of these plans, but we don't know. And so as you all well know, because I explained it to you, Brandy, if you'll go back to that zone of uncertainty real quick, like that's all we had. So there were some students for high school graduation that had an end of course that they needed to pass in order to walk the stage, but they fell in the zone of uncertainty. And even though TEA released whether they passed or failed the 31st of May,
after graduations.
graduation had already transpired.
So now what?
So what we did is we made the decision to allow them to walk. But we had principals or somebody from the campus call the parent to say, I want you to understand your child scored in the zone of uncertainty. We're not going to hold them back from walking, but understand they may walk but not be able to graduate. So we had to hold their diploma because they hadn't met the requirement from the state in order to graduate. On the 31st, we found out whether they had or not. But I didn't feel, I'll just say it was when Mr. Jarrett came to me, I said, I'm not going to hold a child back because the state can't determine if they've passed or not. We're going to allow that child to walk the stage with their peers. And then because they had met every other requirement for graduation other than passing this end of course, then we would figure it out from there, because I did not want that child missing that opportunity to find out on the 31st of May that they actually did in fact pass and should have walked with their peers. Does that make sense? But This is sort of the ambiguity. And again, I think the best analogy I can provide, in fact, I shared this with several legislators. I said, this is like going to a tax accountant and saying, I want you to make sure my taxes, when you file them, are 100% error-free. But I'm actually not going to give you the tax law until like after you filed my taxes. Then I'm going to grade you on your success. That's basically what's going on here. As you can see, we won't know the final accountability manual until August of this coming school year. For those taking tabs here at home, we took this assessment back in April, and we don't even know the rules yet until August. And so, unfortunately, this happens and has happened, Brandy, I believe, several times in our history, where we're being scored upon something that we're not even sure what makes it up. That's why I believe, and Deb, are you in the audience by chance? No, she's probably watching. There was a bill filed, I just don't remember if it passed or not, that said they couldn't do this anymore. Do you know, Brandy, was that passed?
Well, they do have a law that they're not supposed to make changes the year of it happens.
Right. But they were supposed to give us a year to respond.
Yes, they're supposed to give us a year to respond. I do not know if that passed or not, sir.
Right. I'll find out and let you know. But this is the system we're in right now.
I did have one quick question about the preliminary scale scores for the performance levels, the EOCs. With those preliminary scores, I guess, in mind, did it look like it swung any of our percentages of passing, not passing, one way or the other?
Because of the changes in the rules and the changes in the test, it's very hard to compare the data from previous years to this year, and that's why they're going to provide us the what-if report.
Got it.
So, Mr. Byer, you're jumping right in, I think, to what she's going to show you next.
That's correct.
All right.
There you go.
That's correct. So we're going to focus on this what-if report because I want to tell you why they produced it. So first off, it's not going to be an apples-to-apples comparison this year. Up until now, you could steadily see the campuses improve because the test hadn't changed, and we're figuring out the rules, right? But when you compare 2022 ratings to 2023, it's not gonna show you apples to apples. It has different rules. The fact is that a campus could actually do better, but their score is going to be lower because they're resetting the standards. So, for example, for our 2021 graduates, our 2022 graduates, that's last year's graduates, they're already gone. They changed the rules for those kids and which ones count for our campuses. So we couldn't do anything about it, but they did. So, yay. So it's possible for a campus to actually improve, but their score could go down. So here's an example. A campus could have an A rating in 2022. They improved. They have better CCMR scores than they did the year before, but their score could go down because they reset the standards. I'm going to show you some examples along the way, okay? So it's going to be more like apples and bananas. Is that going to be? It'll work, okay? So the system didn't actually change. The system itself there's still 3 domains. It's still the strengths-based system in the fact that if you do better on progress, that's going to be 70% of your score. The third domain is about closing the gaps, decreasing the gaps between all students, special ed, economically disadvantaged, and all those different areas. However, if you take last year's data, our 2022 data, this is our overall ratings for all of our campuses. We were very proud of the fact we didn't have any Ds or Fs. And we put this year's system, the way it's proposed right now in the accountability manual, we would end up with 2 Fs and 1 D, and a couple of the Bs would go down to Cs. So that's taking last year's ratings. So what I want you to do when we look at this year's ratings, when they come out in September, we're going to put the what-if reports next to it so you can see apples to apples, or at least a little bit closer. But even then, the test was different. So when you think about the test changing, you're going to have some effects on our scores.
So I'm going into my 29th year in education. I have never heard the Commissioner of Education say, so you really can't compare this year to next year. Like, you just cannot do it in this whole revamped system. And so, as I think, Brandy, you're going to show, you can go and watch some of the videos and things like, TEA has put all of this effort into explaining this, because districts all over the state are like, there's no way I can explain what's going on. So they've actually created a lot of resources to help school districts explain what's really happening, because how do you explain to a parent, your campus actually got better, but their grade is worse? That's a tough, it's a tough thing to describe, especially when in many cases the data that we're using is over a year ago.
Yes, sir.
That's being into the accountability. So you didn't even have a chance to react to it. And again, let me just be clear. I have no problems in raising the bar. Like, we should always be trying to get better. It's just hard to get better when you don't know what you're supposed to be getting better at. And just so you know, Deb is listening. That bill did not pass. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. So, the three domains, domain 1 is student achievement. STAR performance is scored exactly the same way. It's the average of approaches, meets, and masters, but like I said, the test changed. CCMR has a huge change on its scaling, so let me show you that. So this was what you had to have. You had to have a 60 for CCMR. 60% of your kids had to have at least one CCMR credit to get an A in that section of the first domain. Now, that's an 88. So you can see how a campus who had an A at a 60 goes up to a 65, and now they're a C.
Brandy, can you just spell out what CCMR is?
College Career Military Readiness.
Thank you.
So when you put the same scores into this new scaling, you can see that the scores are going to go down. Okay? Domain 2 is about school growth. It's doing a little bit of recalculations I'm not going to get into. Domain 3 is completely revamped. So let me show you some things, but first off, here's some scores. So here's our Domain 3 scores from 2022. Based on the new system, this would be our same campus, our same scores. We have more A's, but fewer B's, and more D's and F's. So some campuses went up, some campuses went down. How can that happen? There's a lot of different ways, okay? For one, they decreased the minimum size. So before, you had to have 25 kids for a group to count. So you had to have 25 special ed kids for that to count either for or against a campus. They've lowered that to 10. So you can see how many of our elementary campuses didn't have enough EB or emergent bilingual or special ed kids to count, and now they do. Now, for some campuses that helped, but for some it did not. Okay? Another factor in this is that before, they either gave the campuses either a yes or a no. Either they hit the target or they did not. Now they're going to have, they're calling it gradated targets. They're going to give them a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4 based on how much progress they've made to the ultimate goal. So again, when you change how you're going to score things, then that's going to change the scores. Any questions? So we're still going to have multiple student groups. We're going to have data for every student group you can think imaginable: special ed, ELL, mobile, foster, all those different areas. We're going to end up having fewer student groups, though, because instead of giving credit for all race ethnicities, all 7, they're only going to count the lowest 2 from the previous year. So for some campuses that helped, for some campuses it did not. So all that to be said, what do you have to do right now? Nothing really. The district rating changed also. Before, the district was scored just like a high school. The district had 40% of their score was based on CCMR. Well, that's just high school, not elementary and middle. And some people in the legislative world felt that was unfair, that the district rating did not reflect the district as a whole. So as a district in 2022, we scored an 89. We didn't like it, but we did it, okay? We had 89 for both years. If we put that in the new system, now instead of having it score like a high school, it's going to be a proportional weighting of all the campuses combined. So in other words, a small campus is going to count just a little bit to each domain, and a larger campus will count a lot more for each domain. our score would now be an 81. So we need to celebrate.
Well, but hold on
above an
now.
81.
That's right. Well, but let's. So I've talked with some other superintendents who have done similar what Brandy has done. They go from an 85 to a 71.
We're still a B.
Right. Well, but I'm just saying is that's how dramatic these fluctuations are across the system, right? So just understand, I mean, we don't know what our score is. We have no idea and won't know until September. I mean, this is just using what if. And again, the fact that they're even calculating a what if score is interesting in of itself. I've never seen anything like this done in my lifetime in schools.
I might be stating the obvious here, but looking at these new cut points on slide 11 and then looking at these what-if scores, all I can think of is our teachers have done an amazing job of catching our students back up after COVID and everything else. This seems like a deliberate attempt to make us look bad.
It does not reflect all the work we've been seeing. I
Exactly.
completely agree.
Exactly.
Appreciate that.
I mean, that is so obvious what they're doing. With everything else that's going on, they are trying to make us look bad. They're doing a really good job. And what really ticks me off, okay, you mess with us, that's one thing. But now they're messing with our kids. And these kids that have to go through all summer, wondering if they graduated or not because these people in Austin can't get their stuff together, to do anything. I mean, I am angry about this. This is unacceptable. And the computers are supposed to make things easier. I don't see anything easier about this. Sorry. This is just, they mess with the kids.
Well, I'm sorry I got you riled up.
Well, can I just add
You shouldn't
something?
be.
I
No, you
think we need to take a measured approach because while they are just numbers and it does look worse, we do need to look at each individual student and all the work the teachers and staff are doing and not lose focus. Let's just see where it comes out. And then we'll work on the messaging piece because obviously the parents know how their kids are doing and we want to see the continued growth and improvement. There will be some explanations of why the system changed. That's beyond our control. I understand your frustration, but I don't think we need to get too worked up over this right now because there's a lot of what ifs. But we need to just continue to focus on every student maximizing their potential and giving the teachers the resources to help. And
Well, I agree with that, and we're obviously going to go for that. But what I feel like it's a direct attack on our kids.
And our teachers.
And our teachers, and our
And there's
teachers
no
are doing an
denying.
incredible job. Everybody's they're working their hind ends off, and yet they come and pull the rug out. And like you said, you've never seen anything like this. It's a little odd that it's happening right now. Odd.
Well, this is meant to help inform. As a board, there's nothing you really need to do right now, but I didn't want this to come in September and really get everybody riled up and freaked out. So we are going to face this challenge. We're going to take the data and we're going to move forward from then and we're going to get them right back up there where they were before and then they'll change it again later on. But there's a video on the last slide that you're welcome to view. It's the commissioner sharing his thoughts about the reason for the what if report. You're welcome to view. It's about 5 minutes long. If you have any other questions, I'm here to help.
But Mr. Hilliard, to your point, I couldn't agree with you more. We just got to focus on kids. And the unfortunate piece of this is that A to F is such a forward-facing letter, right? They're going to run it in the media. They're going to run it they're going to say all of this. And that's the thing is that to a parent they know, but to somebody else who's looking around, they're going to see this letter grade and not totally comprehend it, right? Which is part of the reason why we're here tonight, just to kind of tell you what's happening. But then we have to factor in, like, what are all of the unknowns that we don't know yet? And what's that going to be? And we don't know. And Brandy knows every time when scores come in, I badger the poor. In fact, I woke her up Friday morning early with a phone call saying, hey, something just hit my inbox. And she's like, that's not what you think it is. Because we're all wondering. We all want to know what's going on. She can't compute anything for me. I mean, usually before the state ever releases it, Brandy's given me a pretty good idea of, 2, 3, maybe a month before we get it, right? Like I pretty much know, and I've seen over time working with her, if she's off, it's by, just a little wee bit. she has no idea. And that's the tough part. And again, we're trying to create plans that inform us to move next year to help students grow to do. And we don't have data, and by the time we get it, I call it trailing data. It's trailing behind us. It's not any good anymore because we're already started the year. We've already created classes. We've already done groupings. So now what do? See, we're going to upset kids, potentially. Whether we do or not, we'll see. But it potentially could mean schedule changes. It could potentially mean tutoring changes. It could potentially mean a lot of change, right? That's what we have to wait on, and that's just tough. But we will be giving something to parents to at least give them sort of a briefing on kind of what to expect that's coming, and then more about trying to explain what's really going on here.
For those kids that did walk the stage, we have resolution for them. They're taken care of. They know what they need to do.
Oh, yes, ma'am. No, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As soon as we got them on the 31st of May, those kids were looked at and dealt with at the campus. Yes, ma'am.
Have they released a date in September that we're
No.
going to get this?
No, so they were saying mid, now they're saying the end.
Okay. So at that point, we'll be in school for
Probably
a month. and
October.
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
December, yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Micah,
Just weeks.
Weeks.
Dr. Micah, I agree completely with what you were saying. I think the point that I was trying to make is that what you were saying, we're going to continue forward. We're going to keep moving. But our naysayers and our adversaries are going to be using this against us. And that's where I have a problem, is it would be nice to have support instead of, and help instead of, I can't sit here and look at these people that do so much for our children and know that things are being undermined beyond their control. So, thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Thank you for the heads up. Item C, City of San Antonio Mental Health Grant, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Mike, members of board, executive staff, I would like to ask Tyler Shoesmith to come forward for this agenda item. Quick correction, this grant actually covers all of Bexar County, not just the City of San Antonio, so Tyler will speak to this agenda item. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Board President, board members, Dr. Mike, executive staff, and guests. Pleased to be here to represent our collaborative project to talk about the ARPA funds that we're receiving from Bexar County to support mental health with the Northeast ISD. These ARPA funds are going to allow us to expand our participation in the national relief efforts to provide a sustainable and durable framework for mental health with specific goals of impacting overall families directly related to behavior and discipline. I'm part of the collaborative team that I mentioned, designing the structure and activities of this grant. The team members that are here, I think, Carrie Trejo, which is our Director of At-Risk and Family Support Services, and then Rose Garcia, the Director of Guidance Services. So Northeast ISD received $2.6 million in grant funding to creatively devise and implement a sustainable plan to address our underserved population's mental health and enhance mental health support for students across NEISD. This multi-year grant will provide the seed funding for us to support a foundation after the 3-year grant cycle ends and when the funds are expended. So highlighted on this slide, our target population does meet the criteria for the grant funding. We've long understood in this district that our historically underserved populations experience the net effects of not having access to mental health resources. This grant funding will allow us to expand our services for students and families through supplemental mental health access, needs assessments, and referrals. Our overarching goals were designed to mitigate internal and external circumstances that have presented barriers to families and students accessing mental health support. Multi-generational poverty, social stigma to mental health, and compounding underlying trauma further complicates students' pathways to be able to have better mental health. We are poised to increase our support for our greatest needs students and families through this multi-phased approach with several overlapping strategies that will run in parallel during and after the grant cycle. Some of these goals here are listed. So initiating or looking at early prevention and just-in-time support for students and families. This is looking at a responsive approach to our activities versus we're looking also as a proactive as well. Looking at the significant barriers that we're talking about with distance and travel for families that have to work during the day and they're not able to access mental health services in the evening or on the weekends. Looking for the resources that families need. So that would be identifying families that are coming through our office, which is People Personnel Services for disciplinary referrals. This is a tangential program where we're working on a two-prong approach where we have a response to the folks that are currently going through the discipline process, but also looking at preventive measures to be able to help support them and prevent those future students that may be involved in the disciplinary process as well. And so from a broader perspective, we want to use these funds to support our families and students who are discipline involved and hopefully slow the cyclic behavior and pattern and decrease our recidivism. Additionally, we want to strengthen and leverage our current resources that we have. You know that we have T-Chat, which we're one of the most robust users in the state. This will run complementary and supplementary to that program. We will also look at creating protective factors for our students through our prevention strategies to help our students along their pathway in that preventive measure. So looking at early life indicators as well. Looking at some of the items, we're exploring a lot of different areas and partners to be joined in this collaborative project. And knowing that one of the big points that came up in the last meeting with regards to whatever those projects might be is ensuring that SHAC is involved during the vetting process as we roll those out in our development. We're still in a lot of the the development phase as to what this overall plan looks like. Our fiscal year for our grant will start in July, so we have not hired anybody, nor have we formalized all of our final plans for each of the different parts that we're looking at. We are currently collaboratively working with our leadership teams, our outside agencies, and vendors to identify the most sustainable path forward to ensure that our overall goals are met and that they're longitudinally sound. Our biggest hope is that after year 3 is that we're able to sustain this without additional funds coming in, knowing that this is seed money to be able to help support our kids in the long run, and that we can walk away after the funding stream stops, that we still have a program in place to be able to help support our kiddos. So with that, I'll take any questions.
I've had some parents express some concern over this mental health program. They're concerned that this could be used for nefarious purposes. I don't know if this is true. These are just concerns I'm getting from the community. Is there any way that we can assure our parents that if a child is being seen inside a school setting, that the parents are notified?
So if we have any partner that we're using for counseling services, the parents are going to be directly involved because they'll have to do all the paperwork to join them into the services. This isn't something that's going to be prompted by the school district and then pushing the child into the service. This is going to be, we'd like to refer your child to this, and there would be a parent conversation, and they have the entrance paperwork, just like going to see a doctor or a therapist on your own.
But there's no way that the system could I'm just trying to make sure that parental fears are allayed.
So, if I may, Ms. Villarreal, so when presenting the grant, this grant was really focusing on really upstream thinking. This was about preventive measures and partnering with parents. So to your point, if the concern is, will kids essentially have access to a resource that parents are not aware of? No, that is not the intent of the use of this grant. It's about trying to facilitate a partnership, do more extended outreach programs where we're actually collecting feedback from parents saying, what is it that you need to help your child be successful? How can we pull you and your child together so we can give you the support that you need? So a lot of times it's going to be driven by what the parents are telling us they need, and then we're going out and finding those resources for them.
I have another question. You had said something about early life indicators. How do we determine if an early life indicator says that this child should get help? Do we approach the parents this way, or do we allow or want the parents to come to us? What is the situation?
Well, those are yet to be determined. We're still exploring what those options might be because, we want to see what the research and the data tells us with regards to our kiddos. And our response to that would be just like Mr. Jarrett was mentioning, is like getting what the parents need and getting that feedback from them for us to be able to figure out what those overall wraparound services would be. So it could look in the form of like a needs assessment from the parents when they're coming through our office, and we're identifying what kind of systemic things they need. So if it's rental assistance, or if they need, food or things like that. So we start piecing all those things together as we're also doing the other preventive pieces as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody was very clear that we weren't doing something that
Ms.
we
V-
shouldn't be.
Ms. Villarreal, as you heard me state last year, parents are the HOV line. We're not trying to circumvent parents and certainly try to shut them out of any decisions. It's their child. So they have to have a seat at that table, and if they don't want it, then they're not getting it. It's just that simple. I mean, that's how we operate. Period.
And if you can go back to the slide with the list of items, Jason, for me real quick, right here, where it says social worker. So these are the initial items where we're saying we want social workers working with families. That's a family resource. Additional counselors at the alternative campus. These are kiddos that's going because they're had an infraction, and perhaps there's some opportunity to re-engage those kiddos so they don't return to the alternative campus. Parent outreach resources is partnering with the parents to make sure that we're giving them the resources that they need. Family welcoming materials, when parents come to our schools, whatever it is, they may have some trepidation. How do we make them feel like this is their home and this is their place to be? And then if you look at family support class, so if you look at this list, these are the items that drove the conversation and when we did the grant. And so it was all about creating a partnership and a fellowship with our families.
Perfect. I just wanted it to be very clear and very public that this
Yes,
is what
ma'am.
this was about.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for?
I've got one, Madam President. For the SHAC piece, I'm assuming that's going to be under the Safe and Healthy Schools Standing Committee, one of our 4 standing committees. That's going to be the subsection because they deal with violence prevention and drug abuse. Is that probably where it's going to fall under?
That would be a curricular resource, and so because we would be bringing someone in, we want to take it to the SHAC, so them to vet who we're considering, and if that aligns to the code and everything.
Okay, yeah. And then, but there's no timeline yet because obviously you're still developing the program because obviously the SHAC will reconvene obviously in September once we get the new one. But okay, so y'all are still vetting the process and then
Yes,
run
sir.
that piece that needs
For
to
that
run through the
curriculum.
SHAC.
Once a curriculum,
If we-
once there's one, or if we even choose one,
Okay.
then we'll have to run it through SHAC and make sure that they approve it.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Yes, I had a couple questions. I'm glad I think this was mentioned to us a while back that we were getting this, and I'm glad it's finally coming to fruition because we see that it doesn't matter what school we have kids at, they might need food or nowhere to go get food. They might need social work. They might need emotional support, and whether that's whether they reach out to somebody or a parent comes to them, we need to be able to provide those things. Couple of things I didn't quite catch. You said we're starting in July. Was there a time frame that was put on using the funding?
Yeah. So originally, the dollars flowed to the county a year ago.
Okay.
And then eventually, they pulled the districts together, and then they essentially said the flow of dollars, we have to present to the Commissioner's Court and everything like that. Then they have to approve your plan, and then the dollars start to flow. I believe it starts June is when they actually will release the funds to our district for us to start implementing our plans.
Is it all at one time, or is it sort of over time you get?
It's by invoice.
By invoice, okay. And I'm sorry, and how long will that?
To summer of 26.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And did we have to provide any matching funds or anything as part of this?
No matching
Other than our
funds. We
own-
just have to be partners with the city.
Partners,
And a team of us will be meeting with the city once a month, I believe, Tyra, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Once a month.
Okay.
To give updates on the program and how everything is going.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's a very well-rounded program and not just focused on one thing. But
Yes, sir.
And getting feedback to find out what we need to provide our guardians, our parents, our families. I think that's good stuff, so thank you.
Anything else for Tyler? Thank you. Thank you for bringing that. Item D, SHAC Annual Report. But before we do that, we had number 5, sign up for SHAC, and we have 3 different SHAC items. So can you tell me which SHAC agenda item you wanted to speak to? Okay. All right. So SHAC Annual Report. Mr. Jimenez is turning it over to. Hi.
Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. Good evening, Madam President Grona, members of the board, Dr. Micah, all the executive staff and guests. Again, I'm going to just remind, I'm here, apologize about wearing the hat, but I'm also supporting Johnson Jaguars.
Yeah, go Jags.
Yeah, go Jags. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the SHAC and the annual report for the 2023 school year. Per the TEC 28.004, the SHAC is required to provide an annual report to the board that includes the following. Okay, any of the SHAC recommendations previously submitted to the board are regarding the health education curriculum and the instruction or related recommendations. Any suggested changes to the SHAC recommendations previously presented. A detailed explanation of the SHAC activities since the last report, and a recommendations on the physical activity and fitness planning subcommittee. So the SHAC had 4 scheduled meetings that we were going to get together. We have them posted there. We had a 5th meeting on June 2nd in order to address some additional issues for the Chase Committee, the Chase Standing Committee. And so we were able to vote and approve of the 5th meeting that we had. And so that brings us to today. On the December 14th meeting, we had the design and function of what the SHAC is. We had an election for the chairperson, myself. Tony Kamen is the Johnson parent. Our vice chairperson, Rachel Brodeen, right over here from Roosevelt. We had a determination within all of the new SHAC members within the different single member districts, and they were between each single member district, they were divided into the 4 standing subcommittees that we have. Consist of the classroom health and sex education, or what we refer to as CHASE, the fitness and physical activity, the FAPA, and then nutrition committee, standing subcommittee, and the safe healthy schools, SAHS. On the February 22nd meeting, we did the standing subcommittee updates. We discussed the Time Texas Community Challenge registration, and then we discussed the possibility of a survey that the Chase Committee was looking at for the human sexuality and abstinence education, or the HSAE, and the abuse violence prevention curriculum. We took no action at that time, and we just went ahead and moved on. The next committee meeting, or the next Chase meeting, was on April 19th. Again, we had the standing committee updates. We reviewed the approved motion for the recommendation of the SHAC volunteer application, which I believe y'all have. And then we also looked at the review, the discussion of the approved Chase motion, which was to recommend to the board to adopt choosing the best program for the curriculum, and then as well as for the abuse and violence prevention curriculum, with the edits that we had as a Chase committee were going to recommend for both the middle school and high school curriculums. Thank you very much, Mrs. Villarreal, for your email as part of that. We appreciate the comments, and just as we got all the other comments that we got from the community members and the parents. Okay, let's see here. The next meeting for SHAC was on May 17th. Again, we took the standing committee updates. We discussed the bylaw we discussed the bylaw revisions. There was a lot of discussion during that process, and so no action was taken. We'll come back to you at a later time with the recommendation for changes on the bylaws. And then we also approved the Chase motion to hold a special meeting for that June 2nd so we could get some additional work in and come to the board with a recommendation. Now from a, I guess we'll go ahead into the next, from a standing committee work sessions. Let's see, oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. The June 2nd meeting for the SHAC, we reviewed the Chase motion to recommend the HSAE and abuse violence prevention curriculum with the edits for the high school Health 1 curriculum. Those edits included the video edits, the teacher leader guides with the teacher scripts, the student note-taking guides, and the teacher training guidelines. I believe you all have all that information as well. Now, from a standing committee work, in each standing committee, they had their own work sessions on the days of the SHAC meetings, as well as some additional dates for that. With the classroom health and sex education, we have a 3-year goal in what we're trying to accomplish. Some of the main ideas were to increase the promotion and awareness within the school health program and initiatives taking place in the community, to ensure in-person professional development for the teachers, that they have the information that they need for their HSAE curriculum, as well as the prevention of child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. That's something that's been added underneath our curriculum that we've been reviewing. And then we are going to increase the community awareness with the engagement of public review of the process for the curriculum for human sexuality and abstinence education, or HSAE, as well as the prevention of child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. As you can see here, we had 22 meetings. So we had our 4 scheduled meetings, or 5 scheduled meetings now, but we also put in some extra time because it was such important information that we needed to get done. Okay, the next standing subcommittee was the fitness and physical activity. Some of the 3-year goals that they had were to implement morning outside free time play at all elementaries and middle school campuses before school. One of the things that they were looking at was also implementing 40 minutes as an idea or a target of recess daily in all elementary schools. The minutes to have flexibility to be used in a way that complements each campus. They did review some, pardon me, let me get to my notes here. They did, in order to develop a recommendation for the revised of the current recess, they did meet with Jennifer Gutierrez, the Executive Director of Elementary Instruction, as well as invited a group of principals representing each cluster and in a Zoom meeting on April 11th to provide feedback on possible revisions. So they're still in the process of getting, of vetting what is their best recommendation on the time period, and if there's any other concerns or obstacles that they may have to consider. The plan for them is to complete this work and their final recommendation for the 2023-2024 school year, and possibly implement that the following year. Okay, next was the nutrition standing subcommittee. Again, their 3-year goals were to encourage the participation of the school breakfast program. They had to go through and look at the promotion of collaboration between both the nutrition staff members as well as the teaching staff to reinforce the education lessons in the SHI, M4 through N9. And then to model healthy eating and physical activity behavior by the school staff. So we want to make sure that our teachers are out there eating apples and oranges, and they're getting their vegetables in too. Okay. And last but not least on the standing subcommittees was the safe and healthy schools. I can say that because my wife is a teacher, so I know that she's bringing her apples. Okay, on safe and healthy schools, we have the 3-year goals were to identify who's actually entering the school health index, the SHI data, and to develop a list of who would be responsible for the data entry in a bid to provide consistency throughout the district. This is a very important issue of understanding, where the data is actually coming from, and we want consistency on who's going to be entering it so that it makes sense across the board. The second issue was that it may look safe, but is it? The school environment health. So to develop a program to address environmental health issues on campus. And then their third issue or target was to look at school safety and mental health, to develop or promote a QR code that the students could look at and get with their smartphones as to, hey, I'm worried about a friend, what can I do to look out for them? So they were going to finalize and try to make recommendations on promoting this mental health hotline or the 988 on all campus restrooms. So that's one of the things that they want to implement as well. All right, and then last but not least, the SHAC, or the Kids School Health Advisory Committee. We had 23 members this year. As you can see, it was a grouping from 6th grade all the way up to 12th graders. Each one of the 7 clusters in the NEISD were represented, and they had 2 meetings both in November and in February. As part of the SHAC, some of the highlights were that they participated in the American Heart Association's Heart Challenge, and they led the awareness of campaigns both on their home campuses that included anti-vaping and tobacco use, nutrition, and the importance of sleep and physical activity. They promoted the importance of hands-on CPR, and they raised a little over $3,700 for the American Heart Association. The awareness campaign also led 51 student volunteers into taking the American Heart Association CPR quiz. So it was a great great representation with those kids. At that, I appreciate the continued support by the board and everything that y'all do for us, and as well as for our kids. We hope that you continue to look favorably on some of the work that we're doing. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I have some questions because, of course, I'm the culprit that sent you the email. Okay, I'm not sure if it would be you I would need to speak to about this, but there were some segments I needed to know. First of all, in segment 6, this is the high school curriculum, okay? All of this is based on the high school curriculum.
Do you
right
want to
now.
wait until we present that item?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, that's awesome, thanks. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because this is just the annual report of what they've done.
Oh, okay, I
Your
just wanted
questions
to.
are about the edits to the curriculum,
Yeah, because
right?
he had brought that up, that I
Okay,
had done the
okay.
edits, and I was just wondering.
Okay,
what
we're not
had
there
been-
yet.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was
Any,
just giving
Jump
you
the
some, I
gun.
was just giving you some early props.
does anybody else have anything for,
I just wanted to say thank you for your commitment of time and everything you've done. It's appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You know, this year, I've been on the SHAC committee for 5 or 6 years, and I can't say how proud I am of this whole year. We've had a great group of parents and a great group of staff, as well as community members, that have really come together in all 4 of our standing communities. It's been awesome, and I'm blessed to be the chairperson.
Yeah.
thank you for doing it.
Yeah, I was going to echo the thanks, and really like that you have a 3-year goal, so we can start seeing some other stuff, whether it's nutrition or the activities that y'all have as deliberate plan going forward. So I think that's great for continuity. So, and I really appreciate all the work from everybody this year.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
And thank you so much. I just wanted to tell you, because, you're awesome.
No, I've got a great team. I'm just the front. I'm just the good-looking guy. I mean,
Yeah. In the JAG hat.
in the JAG hat.
All right, item E, School Health Advisory Council volunteer application.
Thank you, President Groner. Here is Jen Aguilar, a SHAC facilitator.
Sorry, I was a little quick getting up here, wasn't I? Good evening, President Grona, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. In accordance with the NEISD SHAC bylaws that were approved by you all in November of 2022, the SHAC facilitator, that's me, is expected to maintain a database of SHAC volunteer application submissions. If you will recall, there was not really a standard. We struggled with where that application was. So I presented with you a Google form that we have created that is ready to go on our website. We just wanted to make sure that you had a chance to look at it. Our SHAC has approved it. They've looked at it. They made their suggestions. And so I'm just here tonight to present that to you, and it is ready to go live as soon as you all are happy with it.
Does anybody have any questions or
I've got
suggestions?
one related question. First off, thank you for doing this, because I know that this will help all of the trustees with the form. So thank you, because you got tasked with it via the bylaws. The only question is, I know you also sent the sheet for next year, but this year was a transition year, because next year we're going to have 14 community members, 2 per SMD. So we have the 28 parents, and then the 14 community members, and then the rest district staff, and then the rotating trustee. But could we get an updated spreadsheet that shows all the community members by SMD? Because that's what the actual BDF local says, is the 28 parents, 14 community members. This year, remember, we had the transition year as we were moving it, so we didn't do much with the community members this year. But what we got, only had 3 community members on there.
That's all that we currently have on SHAC. So are you asking for the just blank?
Yeah, just so we know, like,
spots?
SMD 2 has 2 slots, SMD 3 has 2 community members, SMD 4, so that we know what we have to fill or not, if that's possible, just so that we all have clarity on what we still owe for names. Does that make sense?
It does. I
I
guess
know-
I was unaware that that community members were assigned by SMD. I remember the new approval.
Yeah,
of
we're
the
doing
bylaws.
14 of them, and if in the BDF local, I think that was the plan, unless I'm mistaken from my fellow trustees, that we each will do 2. I know I currently have 1, but I know I've got to fill another community member. But that way we know who, and then we obviously have the list of the other community members that any of the trustees might choose to add under their particular thing. But
Yes,
no,
sir, I can do that.
That'd be great. Thanks, Madam President. That's all I've got.
So I do think, though, to piggyback off that, she had sent us the membership vacancies. So I think this is coming back in August is when we will appoint membership for this. But this was to help you know who has vacant spots in the parent realm.
Agreed.
And I do have a question, if you could clarify something for me, Ms. Aguilar.
I will do my best, ma'am.
On this report, so this is the current members and then who's going to have vacancies. There, in the notes, some say child will attend and some say child currently attends. So when you asked the current members, did you ask where they would attend or where they currently attend? I'm trying to figure out why there's a differentiation there.
Absolutely. I asked where their children would attend, what schools they would attend next year.
For next year.
For
Okay.
next year, and some answered that question and
Okay.
some did not. I don't know if they overlooked it. So for those, I looked up where their children currently attend to know where they are right now.
Okay, so we as trustees probably need to ensure that, because I know there's a parent on here highlighted that says their child's going to attend a school that's not in Northeast. So that person will not be eligible to be on SHAC. So we just, I think as trustees, need to maybe clarify with the ones who say currently, just to make sure that they will be. in our
Next year,
system.
have a student enrolled in Northeast yeah, makes sense.
So that we're ready to go in August when we bring this back. Okay, thank you for giving us that.
Thank you.
May I ask a question before we move on?
Yes.
Since this is a brand-new form, and I know that it's posted at the site, is there any place else that you as trustees want us to post and advertise this new application? So it's on the page, but I want to.
It's on the SHAC.
It's on the SHAC page. Do you want us to post it on our webpage? Do you want us to email out parents? Do you, like, what else do you want us to do, or nothing?
Are you doing any,
Suffice, no, I'm not doing any new videos, but I can. But I can. If that's what you need me to do.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'm not slated to do any new videos, but I can do one. I just want to know, just to make certain that we're getting what you want for this, where to go and advertise it. That's all.
Have we received any feedback or has anybody signed up?
It's not live yet.
Okay.
It's only live after tonight.
Oh, I understand,
Okay,
but any
so-
questions, anybody asking
I
about
do
it?
think we've gotten emails.
I have a list of, since I've been in this role, of people who've emailed. We've kept that. I would share them on with Peggy to send to you all, and I've maintained that list. So my plan was to, if I have email addresses for those people, to send them the link and suggest that they go do the application on file, because it gives us more information than just an email that says I want to serve on SHAC. So for the list that I have, and I still have that current list that I could share again as well, but I was going to ask them to do
Yeah.
this because it gathers more information.
Because what we can do, again, it's up to y'all, right? We can put together some type of communication that says, parents, X amount of parents are needed per each SMD, or, we'll say each feeder pattern, or something like that, and then here's how many parents or community members, right? If you're fine with it being on that, then great.
I do think, though, if we do that, if we somehow distribute it, we need to be specific as to who needs them, so that we don't get it, because I know there's some,
And
like,
be
for
clear that
instance.
there are limited slots, so even if you apply, there's no guarantee, but you'll be maintained in the database as, if not now, openings, because there's only a couple slots each year, but it gets us a running
Right. Ultimately,
database of
I mean,
available options, interested parents.
let me ask this, would you all like us to do some advertisement of this?
Yes.
Or maybe under community, under the volunteer program. It's intuitively, if you're going to volunteer.
Mhm.
That's
Like,
another
do you,
avenue.
Something on the homepage maybe to link
right,
back
like,
to.
would that suffice for, do you all want a video, or do you want an email, or do you want, we've got many avenues, right?
I would start, because I know we have the 5 pages that Mrs. Chancellor, I think
Mhm.
you do them, but that scrolling message, kind of talking Mrs. Huey, where they can see it and then link
Okay.
to there to at least get the message, and then maybe we monitor it and then see if we're getting a lot of people, because once again, everyone's only going to need a couple slides
Sure.
this year, but we want that community involvement with the district.
Would you like us to make that scroll also at the campus pages, or just the district? Because we got twofold. We can make it scroll at the campus. Ms. Chancellor, am I saying this right? Okay. Or, so we can do it at the district level, and then we can also make it scroll at the campus level as well.
Where do parents go first? Honestly, more the campus level, because local.
Yeah.
They do. If I had a recommendation for that, it would be to have it in both places, because typically parents will go to where their child goes to school.
I don't have a strong opinion. I mean, I think that defer to whatever, at least initially.
If that's not too difficult of a task, a click of a button, so to speak, then I would just put it out there for all of it.
Can
And then
we-
it links back to the
No,
where
it'll
it
create the
lives.
link right to where
Right.
it'll send them right to the
And
application.
then
Absolutely.
those that reach out directly to us, we can just give them the link.
And tell them to fill
they
out the
can
form.
go.
Tell them to go fill out the form.
And will the form give them an automatic response saying, we received your form?
It does. One problem we run into with Google is that often goes into their junk or other email, but we do have it set up to automatically send them a copy of their responses.
Can we set that, put a note on the bottom of the application? Please check your junk.
I think I have it in the
Folder.
response, but yes, ma'am, we will make sure that there's a note there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a way that maybe every time you do a parent video or family video, that you could just add that to it as a tagline, kind of a commercial?
Yeah, the problem is I'm
forget.
really not slated to do any more videos until August. So this is kind of, but again, if you all want me to do a video, I'd be happy to do one.
I don't know either, and I think start with this, and let's see if we get
Okay.
responses, and then if we're still short, because depending on how many you have to fill, we could go from
Because
there.
we'll make sure to say, simply applying doesn't guarantee a spot. It's still, here's the process.
Yeah.
I mean, we can elaborate on that and then push something out. And then, do you all want, I'm just trying to think, because I'm listening to you, Mr. Hilliard. Do you all then want, I don't know, like a month of like, hey, you've had this many people apply or fill it out? Or do you care and just in August? Here's my point. I don't want you all to get to August and somebody say they didn't have an opportunity or something when you're appointing, or you don't have enough people.
Maybe just an update in mid-July to all the trustees, just saying, we had this many from each cluster, because I think identify
Yeah.
it by cluster.
We can-
And
we
then
can send an email.
Then if I need somebody, I can go,
Perfect.
via you, Mrs. Aguilar, can you please provide the names for mine, so I can reach out to them and figure out who I want, or vice versa. That way we have a month to coordinate and figure out who.
So we're off that first month or that first week. So maybe the third week in July, we'll send you a report. I'll just send you an email that says, hey, you've had this many people apply.
Yep. That's good.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to the application. Did anybody have anything that they wanted to change? I'm sorry, you thought you were finished. I just want to make sure that everybody, we kind of jumped around. I'm sorry.
I
Ms.
just
Aguilar.
had one question
Okay.
on the application. So some of the feedback we got last year was that the time frame during lunch was prohibitive for people volunteering. Have we, I don't remember why we were stuck on that time frame, and if that's flexible at all, or?
I think we asked the question if they can meet. I think that's a discussion that we have to have if we're going to change the meeting time. And I don't know that we're prepared to do that at this meeting.
No, I agree, it's something we need to give in consideration. Let's maybe see what the feedback is and the response rate, and then that, because it does prohibit certain parents possibly, and community members from participating because of their work schedule, but, it's 4 times a year, so that's something, but yeah, I have heard some people say that they would like a night session, but
Well,
it's
yeah.
hard to balance everything, of course.
And the health committee met 12 times, 13 times.
And the standing committee set their own times.
Yeah, so they set their own.
There's
So-
flexibility,
Okay.
yeah,
And they-
so this is just the 4 general meetings that are required by law, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
They met on some very long Zooms on some of those meetings as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they did a lot of Zooms. Okay, so anything else? Or is this ready to go live? You're ready to go.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for
all.
putting that together. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, and Ms. Aguilar, will you just get with Ms. Chancellor so that we can draft up something so we can take a review and get it posted sometime?
As long as I'm not in the video, yes, sir.
No video. We're just going to post a message.
I
Yes,
think you
thank
just
you.
volunteered yourself.
Okay, item F, budget study session number 3, Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Mike, executive staff, and guests. I call Susie Lycorn, our Executive Director of Finance and Accounting, to discuss this topic. It's our 3rd one, and hopefully next week we'll be bringing one for adoption. We posted, it's been advertised for next Monday, and we have the public hearing, and then we go right into hopefully adoption.
Okay,
Oh, go ahead, Suze, I'm sorry.
sorry.
Sorry. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to lean back and move away. So let me resituate here. So we've completed our first 2 budget study sessions tonight. We'll go over the budgets for debt service, school nutrition, and we'll get really deep into general fund. And then next Monday, quorum, so that we can adopt the budget. So we need at least 4 here so that we can get that adoption done. Our recap from budget study session number 1. Legislature's still not complete yet. So they are in a special, and one side's still meeting, the other side's gone. Not quite sure, but it sounds like more specials are on the way. So no matter what, it's very unlikely that we're going to have any more information than we have today before we adopt our budget. So, yay. A reminder that increased property values do not increase our overall M&O revenue. The state just reduces what they contribute. We've got a 2.5% limitation on our overall tax collections, but that does not mean individuals won't see more than that as an increase in their tax bill. So our limitation is throughout the whole district. So some people might see a 10% increase, some people might see a 1% increase. Just a reminder, when your friends and neighbors are complaining and you talk about the 2.5% cap and they're like, why am I not capped at 2.5%? Again, that's on district-wide. Attendance has been getting better. We're not back to our previous levels, but we're a little nervous going into the school year about how it would turn out, and it hit our target, so it's getting better. And school nutrition was increasing our CEP sites, so more kids will be able to eat for free. From budget study session number 2, we're going to increase the district contribution to health insurance and the employee contribution. We're seeing significantly rising costs in health insurance, as we talked in depth last time. We presented a compensation plan that targets market value in certain areas. And the compensation plan will require us to plan and manage our funds responsibly, using the district scorecard to help guide those decisions, to help save. And then just a reminder, we will adopt a budget, but the budget is at 100% of everything. Every position filled all year long, everybody's spending every dollar, and that's not what we expect to have happen and not what we historically do. So we show you both just so that you're aware of what we actually expect the numbers to come in. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to go over tonight. We're going to talk about debt service, school nutrition, then general fund, and our final steps. Debt service, the least exciting of the 3 funds. We're projecting and proposing a budget of $170 million in local revenue. That's tax collections. Remember that we've only received preliminary values from the appraisal district, so we are still really up in the air about what our final values will look like. We won't get those till the end of July. So this is our best guesstimate at the time. State revenue, we get a little bit of hold harmless from the state. And federal revenue is the feds contributing to our qualified school construction bonds that we did back in 2010. They help pay for interest on those bonds. So all that adds up to our revenue. Our other resources are anticipated transactions where we're taking our variable rate debt and converting it into new variable rate debt. And so overall, that gives us an estimated revenue of nearly $300 million. But our expenses would be $77 million in principal, $51 million in interest, and then $32 million of issuance costs and early payoff, and then spending $120 million to reissue the variable rate debt. So total expenses of about $281 million. That would bring us to an anticipated fund balance of $165 million. That looks a lot like a lot of money, but we're actually required to have enough money in fund balance to pay off our August 1st, 2024 debt payment. So when you're collecting, it may be June 30th, but we have to have the funds to be able to pay that August 1st debt payment. And this is what it looks like. So $165 million fund balance, but we have a $37 million payment due in 2027, August 1st, 2027, to pay off the QSCAB bonds. And so we are setting aside a little bit of money every year, and so we have to make sure that those funds are set aside. So we back that off of fund balance. We back off the $32 million that we would use to pay debt off early and convert our variable rate debt. And then for our August 1st debt service, it'd be about $52 million. And then that leaves fund balance at a much smaller number of $53 million. All right, that's all of the exciting world of debt service. School nutrition, we talked about that at our first budget study session, but we showed you those numbers before we had a compensation plan and health insurance in place. And so now we're showing you those numbers with the compensation plan incorporated. So within school nutrition, most of our costs are in food services and a little bit in maintenance and security. We're looking at a $47 million expenditure budget. This includes pay raise, very similar to what we discussed last time. Food service assistants would be targeted just like a lot of our other staff. The entry-level pay would move from $13 to $14.04. Again, incumbents would end up receiving a larger raise than that. We're talking about new to the district hires. That advertised rate when we're looking for, in advertising, trying to hire new people, would go from $13 to $14.04. The total compensation package costs the School Nutrition Services Fund about $2.2 million. When we look at their revenue, we're projecting 34.6. We talked about this a little bit more in depth last time. As we move into CEP, we lose some of the reimbursements, and we're also losing some of the extra federal reimbursements as they are discontinuing some of their pandemic programs. We actually need them to lower their fund balance as they are restricted on how much they can keep. So this actually helps us get closer to compliance with them. And just as a reminder, here's a snapshot of anticipated meal prices. And now I'm hungry. All right, so let's take that deep dive into the general fund and look at a lot of different numbers. TEA mandates, well, as you've already heard tonight, right? They mandate just about everything. They even mandate how we record our transactions. And so we have a 20-digit account code. And because we have a 20-digit account code, we can slice and dice our expenses in a lot of different ways. One of the ways we like to look at it is by object. And this is basically what this slide shows you. Salaries and benefits, you've heard us say this over and over and over again. They make up the biggest part of our budget. And so looking into 23-24, we're looking at 86.7% of our budget being for salaries and benefits. The rest of it, as you can see, is just a little over 10%, with contracted services at 8%, supplies and material 3%, and then other operating and other uses, for a total expenditure budget of $615 million. And remember, I'm showing you budgeted numbers. The very end, I'll show you budgeted right next to forecasts so that you can see those two side by side. For another way of slicing and dicing our budget is by functional category. And this is actually the summary level of how you have to adopt the budget. For instruction and instruction related, you can see we've got 66.4% of our budget. Back in the day, TEA used to require that we spend 65% of our budget on instruction and instruction related. So even though that rule doesn't exist, those of us who've been around a long time, we still go, yep, check, 65%. So it's nice to see that the majority of the budget is still going to things in the classroom, because that's what instruction and instruction related is about. And so those things will have more of an impact on the students day to day than other areas. And so we still strive to see a good percentage of the budget in those areas. Instruction and school leadership is a 7.6%. Student support services is 10. You can see our administrative support is a the smallest percentage on the slide, and getting us down to the total there. So we'll go more in depth into these categories and take a look. So in our first instruction category, we have teachers, instructional assistants, instructional materials, substitutes. Again, this is where the majority of our costs are in the budget. 381 million out of the total, or 61.9%. This is an increase of 41 million. Keep in mind a couple of things. The compensation plan is going to be the biggest driver of all the increases in these functional categories. In Function 11, last year, we did have a lot of salaries coded to ESSER 2. So if you remember, all this time, while we've been planning and forecasting, we keep reminding you that when ESSER 2 goes away, then those salaries come back into the general fund. So 23-24, we'll see those roughly $20 million worth of salaries come back into the general fund. So they're part of this increase right here because they were all in Function 11. So they're all going to come back and drive that increase when we compare it to the prior year. Function 12 is for librarians and library books and resources. This is primarily salaries. Another thing you'll see is we allow our principals and our department heads to allocate their budget as they see fit. And so some years we'll see a lot of money allocated in this function code, and in other years we'll see them allocate their money over here. And some people pace themselves and hold their budget here, and then they move it throughout the year. Everybody does it a little bit differently. And so part of the change in Function 12 is just a change in how the principals allocated their funds for next year. And every year I see them moving money every year, shifting it around as the year goes along. Function 13 has a large increase, but actually part of this change is a change in what I was doing this year, and some of this Function 13 costs will end up going up into 11 later on. We have some staff who are coded part to Function 11 and part to Function 13, and last year in the adopted budget I had that split, but this year we're actually going to wait and do a little bit more in-depth analysis to make sure we're doing that split correctly. So I have it all sitting in Function 13 to make sure we do it a full on analysis, make sure we have the right percentage to split between those two functions. So it's throwing off 13 a little bit here, but it's actually there as a red flag to help me do the analysis. And just as an FYI, most of these functions have the majority of their costs in salaries. Just like our overall budget, Function 11 is an even higher percentage. It's 96% of salaries is Function 11. Function 12 is 89%. They also have a lot of resources like library books and reading materials. Function 13 has some training and other resources, so it's not quite as high as Function 11. All right. Function 21, instructional leadership. This includes SPED campus coordinators, career and tech, ROTC bilingual GT staff, working here in central office in different roles. And again, the majority of this is the raise with some changes from people allocating their budgets. Function 23, school leadership. This is your campus administration, so principals, assistant principal, their support staff. This group is 96% salaries. It's primarily the raise in this section. We also saw increased costs from retirees in this section. So we have, again, over 90% in both these categories are related to salaries and benefits. Guidance, counseling, and evaluation services, those are your counselors, your LSSPs, your CCMR specialists, your ed diagnosticians. We see a slight decrease here. If you remember, at our last session, we talked about a change in counseling FTEs. We also saw a really big switch in the base allocations here. I was really scratching my head on this one, and then I looked and I was like, oh, okay, we're all starting our money in this other function, and then we'll see it move throughout the year. We do have several new principals and department heads this year, and so all of our behaviors change a little bit, and it'll swing some of these as they allocate funds differently. Social work services includes family specialists, attendance officers, pupil personnel. Again, this is a raise. Most of this is from the raise in the health insurance increase. Same thing for health services. We do see a little bit more of the base allocations from the departments and the campuses going into health services. So 31 and 33 are right next to each other whenever they're filling out their paperwork, and so just a little bit more ended up in 33 this year. And all three categories have over 90% in salaries and benefits of total spending. Transportation, obviously bus drivers, routing specialists, mechanics, they have to pay for fuel and parts to repair the buses, and so the majority of this increase is related to the raise, but we do have some savings. So we showed you non-campus staffing cuts, and then we talked about the smart tag system and how it was helping us cut routes. So we have some savings offsetting that raise cost in this category because they're finding ways to operate more efficiently. The food services function in the general fund is just a little dollar amount. It's more of a placeholder than anything. It helps us with a handful of costs that the school nutrition fund can't pay for by federal regulation, and so it's always a tiny portion of the budget each year. Extracurricular activities would be your stipends for coaches, your athletic directors, fine arts, and so we're looking primarily here, this is the raise. We showed you an AAR for an increase in the UIL referee costs, so that'll be a part of this too. Function 34, the transportation is made up of about 76% salaries and benefits. Diesel cost and their parts will drive quite a bit there too. So it's not as much dependent upon salaries and benefits in that category. Same thing with extracurricular activities. They don't have, not, a lot of it's stipends. It's not all full-time staff. And so you've got football helmets and instruments and those kinds of things driving cost here too. General administration, think of those offices in central office that do the processing, the HR, payroll, accounting, risk management, internal audit. Most of the departments in central office will be coded to general administration. We see here is the increases from the raise. More allocations in the base department budgets. Some departments have a little bit of everything. So some departments will have a little bit of function 21, some will have 41. Sometimes it's all over the map. And it depends on what activity they're doing. TEA gives us a great big guidebook with multiple initials, and we call it the FASRAG, and it's the Financial Accountability something resource guide, standards resource guide. And so in it, it tells us, well, this kind of transaction goes to this function code and this transaction. And so a lot of departments have to juggle those function codes to comply with TEA's requirements. But so 41 is 71% of salaries and benefits. There are other things in here such as insurance and a portion of the Bexar County Appraisal District fees. Talking about function 41, we often like to show you our administrative cost ratio just to show you where we stand in being efficient with our central operations. This is a lot of words, but we talked about these functions just a few minutes ago. So function 21, instructional leadership, and function 41, general administration, are added together, and then we divide that total by instruction, instructional resources, and then the curriculum development, instructional staff development, and then counseling. So we add up those functions as the denominator, and 21 and 41 are administration functions are the numerator. And if you're at our size, if you're less than 8.55%, you get the most points possible on the financial accountability system. And so it's always a goal for us to be below that threshold, but we've been surpassing it for quite some time. Using TEA's methodology, so 2022, TEA hasn't released the official values, but we have the numbers for everybody. So we use that same methodology to recalculate it. Some districts may end up changing values here and there as they make corrections to their audit or whatever. And so there could be some room for changing, but for the most part, this will be what it looks like when they announce those results in the fall. But our 2022 administrative cost ratio is predicted to be 5.6%. It's the lowest in our area. Normally you see us in these bottom three, so we've hopped around before, but it looks like we'll be the lowest. We actually took the time to look and see how we are statewide. And out of 1,013 districts, we ended up 26th lowest. So there were only 25 districts in Texas that had a lower administrative cost ratio than us. And so that put us in the top 2.6%. Moving on to the rest of our functions, 51 includes custodians, maintenance, warehousing, all of our utility bills, engineering, and property insurance. And so we see an increase here. It's primarily the raise, and then we brought you some increases for utility bills for next year. And so that's the bulk of our change here. Our security and monitoring services, this is our police department, and any contracted security for extracurricular event. And again, this is primarily the raise here. The police department works on an internal service fund, and so they charge the general fund for their services. So this doesn't end up in our salary and benefits number, but it is actually staff. It's just billed out through their own fund. Our data processing services are made up of our technology departments. And again, this increase is related primarily to the raise. Now we have a handful of smaller function codes here, community services, which is made up of partners in education, volunteer services, much smaller increase primarily related to the raise, and a smaller percentage of this function code is in salaries and bennies. At this moment, we don't have anything budgeted in construction. We have our instructional shared service arrangement. This is our portion of the regional day school for the deaf. We share it with several other districts here in the area. And our payments to the Bexar County Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program. These numbers pretty much stay the same year to year for the budget. And then our payments to Bexar County Appraisal District. And that's all of our individual function codes that when you adopt the budget, they will be spelled out for you. And so at least now you have an idea of what is included in them and how they're broken out. This is another way to take a look. So we looked at object code, which said salaries and benefits and contracted services, and then we looked at all the function codes. So this is where we spend the money. So taking the budget and looking at it from schools and non-campus, you can see that $500 million, or 82.2% of the budget, is directly allocated to schools in some way, shape, or form. $109 million is for our non-campus, and some of that stuff is very impactful to the campuses. We just don't have a way to allocate it. So we don't allocate transportation or maintenance to campuses. there are a lot of departments that their function, like, we don't take the payroll department and allocate them across the campuses based off of how many paychecks they cut. So non-campus costs include a lot of things like that, but we all know those campuses probably wouldn't survive very long without the payroll department. So, shout out for my peeps. When we break down those numbers, so looking at that $506 million for campus spending, we see an even bigger percentage being spent on salaries and benefits. So 72.3% and 18.3% puts us over 90% of cost at the campus level in people. So we've said it time and time again. I know you're tired of hearing me say it, but we are a people business. We don't make widgets, so we don't buy parts. We're service, and so it's labor for us. We spend another $7 million on substitutes, $15 million on services, $16 million just on campus utilities alone. It's what the budget is for, and $6 million for supplies. And you can see the percentages here. It's all less than 10% when you get into these other categories. When you break down the salaries number, you can see teachers and aides by far. It's no big surprise. It's where we spend our money. It's where most of our staff are. So $283 million of the budget is for salaries for those categories. Librarians and assistants, another $5 million, our campus admin, and all that support staff is $28 million, counselors 14, nurses and assistants at 5.9, extracurricular cost of 5, and other support and custodial down there to get your total of your campus salary cost. Now, when we look at non-campus, the percentages look pretty different. We're only looking at 63% for salaries and benefits. We've got more services, more supplies and materials and others. So a lot of departments will pay for things that get used district-wide. So software or resources are bought centrally and then distributed across the district. So we see less of a focus on salaries and benefits, but it's still by far the biggest portion of the non-campus costs. You're looking at a split between 50% professionals, 11% paraprofessionals, and 38% for auxiliary support. Okay, so taking non-campus, and instead of looking at it by where you're spending it, let's look at it by department. Our two biggest pieces of the non-campus budget are transportation and maintenance, and you can see they're over, they're like 34 million of the 109 million, a good percentage of that total. So they drive the bulk of the cost of our non-campus. Curriculum and instruction, and then athletics. You can see the list here. There's a couple of things I always kind of like to point out. I always, I'm sure you're tired, again, you're tired of hearing this, but we can't do anything about that tax appraisal and collection number. So those fees are set by the appraisal district. And that's just the way it is. So, but there are pieces in the non-campus. So when you're looking to save money, there are certain pieces that you just don't have control over and you can't eliminate them from the budget. And so that's really where, I won't say we're frustrated. It's just a thing that you always have to keep in mind when you look at some of those numbers. They're not always that easy to take out of the budget because they're a requirement or there's something special about them. I always like to point out, because I like to keep my job, that executive staff, this is not all salaries. So please don't go, oh my gosh, we spend 2.8 million on the lovely people over here. They actually have a lot of things they do for campuses. Like Mr. Jimenez, he pays for a lot of student travel. And so part of his budget and part of what's included in that number is him assisting campuses with their travel. And so he manages it so that he can see what is going on and what kind of travel is happening, so he has oversight. So it gives him oversight, but it makes their budget look more significant than it is. Each one pays for something unique, and so just bear in mind that it is not by any means all salaries for that staff. The other departments, make up small percentages and different pieces. We come up to 109 million, or 17.8% of the total budget.
But Susie, all those categories, that's not just salaries, so
Right.
it's not just executive staff, that's not salaries. If you look at curriculum and instruction or risk management, 5.8, that's not salaries, that's everything they pay for in that department.
Yeah, and risk management pays for a lot of property insurance. So, their numbers are not as high of a percentage in salaries and benefits as everything else. And all those departments are that way. All right, so let's take a look at the summary. So our adopted budget for 22-23 was negative 17 million. When we were adopting that budget, we were projecting about 3.5 million to drop to the bottom line, to the good. We think we're going to come in more like 10. So we had a few good things happen, a little bit more in interest. We've got a one-time extra federal reimbursements, just kind of come and go. And so sometimes you get 2 in 1 year, and sometimes you go a year without any. Well, we got 2 this year, and so that helped us. And so we're thinking we're going to end up more like 10. The proposed budget for 23-24, we walked through all those changes was it last? Has it only been a week? It's only been a week. So last week, we walked through all those changes. That brought us to 58 million as our deficit for the budget. But again, that's at 100% fill rate. Everybody's spending every penny. I promise you, Dan's never going to spend all his budget. He won't do it. And then he won't give anybody any of it either, just in case anybody's asking. But our forecasted results, because of those kinds of things, are expected to be a deficit of 39 million. It puts us still with a very healthy fund balance of 3.6 months. So those are, again, we walked through most of those changes, not most of them, we walked through all those changes last month. Man. Okay, I'll stop talking now on this slide. Our next steps. Next week is our public hearing. We'll need to adopt the budget. We'll need a quorum to do that. We'll have a final budget amendment for 22-23. Now, bear in mind, that number is not going to match the forecast on this slide because I'm still going to build cushion because, stop talking with your hands, Susie, because, again, we're trying to keep the budget slightly larger than what the final spending is, because TEA will send us a nasty letter if we spend more in any of those individual categories. And so the final budget amendment will be slightly higher than this forecast. So I just don't want you to next week see it and go, why are you telling me 10 million and my final budget amendment is break even? It's just because we're trying to keep the budget higher than our actual. And sometimes when you're forecasting cost, it comes in here instead of here. And so we just build ourselves a little bit of cushion. We'll have fund balance commitments that we're required to do every year next week. And then we won't get to tax rate adoption until September. We have to do a bunch of things. We have to file a bunch of things with TEA, and then they tell us what our tax rate will be for M&O and the general fund. And so sometimes it's late August, but if y'all don't have a meeting and it times out, it's a really tight timing. So it's typically September before we can adopt the tax rates. All right, questions? Yes, ma'am.
Boy, you're going to hate me on this one. All right. I played a game this last week, and I ran all over town, and I was looking at different rates for people, and I just happened to snap a photograph on my phone as a cashier for Home Depot. And For somebody as a part-timer in lumber, they can start at $16 an hour. As a cashier, part-time, $15 an hour. This is Home Depot, okay, proof right here. Also, I was looking at, Quick Trip and stuff like that, and they do a maximum of $17.53 an hour. And I just can't help but think that our paras, our special ed, assistants, our bus driver assistants, I've heard the stories. Okay, we've got bus drivers at $12.63 an hour. Our pre-K paras.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute?
Yeah, I want to know, can we do better than this?
I think that's not this agenda item. I think it's in the next one. I think what you're talking about is when we talk about proposed compensation.
Yeah,
That next one.
okay,
The
gotcha.
next item.
Sorry, I'm just really, okay, I'll shut my mouth.
Okay. And if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think that's probably better discussed at that one.
Okay.
I would agree.
So, does anybody have any questions about what Susie has presented for the budget that we would need to adopt for next Monday?
Yes, ma'am, I have one question. Can you go to the general slide, just 2 or 3 back up with the forecast, that one right there? Okay, so the far right column showing 557 and 596. Last week, those columns were 555 and 594, so it's about 2.2 million. So what changed from last week to this week in the
So,
forecast? Just curious.
TRS on behalf is the number that the state, it's a made-up number, that the state contributes on behalf for us. And so it has a matching revenue and a matching expense number. And so I just updated those for that. And so it really didn't change
The total numbers stayed the same, but
Yeah.
I noticed that, but it was
So-
a different number than last week, so I was just making sure.
And so they
Okay.
both went up together at the same time to make it more in line with what I think their
Okay.
contribution's gonna be.
That's good. Thanks, Madam President. That was a lot of questions.
It's something I tend to leave towards the end because it doesn't impact your bottom line.
I was just looking from last week to this week, just
Yep.
to make sure I wasn't missing something.
It's a good catch.
Great. Thanks, Madam President. That's it.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Did you have something, Mr. Byer? Okay. All right. Thank you for the presentation, and we will see you next Monday.
Yes, at least 4 of you.
Okay.
Is that a threat?
No, no, oh, good heavens,
I
no.
wasn't sure how to take that either, like at least
I
4
had
of
my
you.
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I had my fingers crossed.
Okay. Item 10, superintendent comments. A, information on disposal of confiscated contraband.
Sure. So I'm going to wait on that one. I'm
Oh,
just going to cover a
okay.
few things. You had brought up the number of graduates. So I know many of you attended our graduations, and of course, they start to run together. So, we heard each one talk about the amount of scholarships that were offered and so forth, right? So I wanted to bring you a total. So we had 4,366 graduate in this year's class of 2023. They were offered over $84 million in scholarships. So that's pretty amazing. Just some other things that I think you all may or may not have seen, but I'd like to at least let you know. ICSI this year, with our first-year students, has an 84% pass rate on the CompTIA, which is great. And then the kids in our second year that have taken the second IBC so far have a 93% pass rate. Now, that's not everybody. Not everybody's taken the test yet. But we are doing like an intensive summer course to try to get more kids ready to take it. What's exciting about that is we finally have approval from Pearson to open our testing center inside ICSI. So this will be the first time this summer when our students will actually take their assessment at ICSI, which is good stuff. Some other things, just so you know, closing out this year, we talk a lot about our IBCs, our industry-based certifications. This year, our students earned 2,374 IBCs across our CTE programs. So there were 2,066 different students that were completing them. Just to give you a frame of reference, last year our students earned 1,813. So that's actually a 31% increase in IBCs earned this school year. You may have seen that, congrats to Danya out at the Reagan Business Incubator. They were named one of the top national quarterfinalists in the Incubator U National Pitch Contest. You probably saw that we are the second district ever in the history to sign a Space Act agreement with NASA down for our new program at CETA. This was fantastic. I went to a celebration over at the Alamo Area Alliance of Black School Educators and was speaking to Mrs. Brown. So if you don't know Mrs. Brown, she's a registered dental assistant. She runs the registered dental assistant program over at our Career and Technical Center. She has had a 100% pass rate in the last 5 years with students and adult learners after hours. 100%. It stunned me. I had no idea, right? You may have seen it, but Coach Russell Aki out at Reagan has been named the State Coach of the Year for Girls Golf by UIL and the National Federation of State High School Associations. So they only name one coach each year. So congratulations to him. Last year they went all the way and won the actual 6A UIL. This year I believe they finished in 4th place. Matthew Trevino, I know Miss Grona, you know him, but for the second year in a row, he's been named a CMA Foundation Teacher of Excellence. There's only 30 music teachers across the country that are chosen, so he will represent Northeast at a ceremony in Nashville this coming September. The Madison High School Cowboy Smokers, if you didn't see it, they're the 2023 Texas High School Barbecue Grand Champions. Good stuff right there. I keep telling that young man he has to give me his rub recipe, which he will not give me. He has assured me I will never get it. But I can try. So I don't know if you all saw it, but we had a CTEC signing day event in May. 20 seniors over at our current technical education signed letters of intent to begin careers in the construction or electrical trades or go to vocational training. And then last but not least, you heard one of our speakers tonight talk about feeding kids, but we've restarted our summer food service program this year that feeds kids up to 18 years. We also have that bus running through our neighborhoods again, feeding students through it. So we're super excited about that coming back online. So the other piece, the information on disposal of confiscated contraband, I know that there was a story back in March about police and destruction of the contraband, right? There have been some questions, and I just want to publicly clear up a few things. One, no laws were violated, all right? They were not violated. However, it did shine a light on the need for a different protocol in which our officers to follow. So Chief McCampbell did create a new policy in which to do that. The level of inappropriate disposal was small, as I discussed with you in the back. But nevertheless, we are always looking for ways to improve. So he has created a new policy, retrained staff, and now Captain Ellis is checking them every single one that's filed to make certain that we're in compliance with it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Item 11, new business for possible board action. A, campus administration. 1, possible action regarding proposed compensation plan for 2023-2024, and we have a speaker. 2 speakers. Okay.
Number 2.
Good evening, Ms. Grona, trustees, and Dr. Micah. My name is Yvette Milner, and I serve as the Regional Membership Specialist for the Association of Texas Professional Educators here in Region 20. On behalf of the nearly 600 ATPE members here in the district, I want to express ATPE's general support for the compensation plan outlined in Agenda Item 11.A.1. Although we would like to see more consideration given for years of service in the salary ranges for teacher hires, we appreciate the district's desire to provide increases despite the legislators' failure thus far to increase the basic allotment. We would also encourage the board not to structure teacher incentive allotment funds outside of TRS structuring payment of these funds outside of Structuring payment of these funds outside of TRS will dramatically reduce the pension allotments available to these educators in retirement. ATPE will continue to advocate for the legislator to increase the basic allotment. Again, we appreciate Northeast ISD's continued efforts to support its current and future employees, and ATPE is available to serve as a resource to you at any time in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6.
Good evening, President Grona, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. I'm Patsy Esterline representing Northeast AFT. First, thank you, Dr. Micah and staff, for the work you have put in to seek pay raises for all employees. With the irresponsible political leadership we have in Austin, finding the money has been a challenge. While we appreciate the work you have done, we must also recognize that it does not meet the needs. Will pay at that level attract enough teachers to fill the vacant positions? Is the pay increase enough to retain employees during the school year? An unfulfilled position hurts kids and puts a strain on other teachers and employees. Also, a lingering problem. Many paraprofessionals and auxiliary staff still do not have the living wage they need, nor is pay competitive for some jobs compared to other entities. Hopefully, Austin will provide needed district funding and pay raises in a special session and without vouchers, which are aimed at destroying public education. We are asking that you, as board members, take action for intensive lobbying of state politicians accountable to NEISD. Second, lobbying federal representatives and senators for greater federal funding must occur. This is especially true regarding funding for our special education students, as special education has been underfunded by the federal government since its inception. Third, you're planning for finding funding sources such as a tax reauthorization election must begin now. Meanwhile, there are non-financial steps you can take to both retain and attract teachers and support personnel, with the most important one being to not allow unprofessional behavior by a few principals and supervisors to go uncorrected. Second, return to the 8-hour workday for teachers, which recognizes the teacher's professionalism. Third, work toward a culture of trust of all employees by listening to their thoughts and opinions and acting on them. Finally, AFT urges the board to approve the maximum pay raise it can. NEISD, as well as other districts, need to return the stability that we have had in the past. To best serve the students, we need an experienced and stable workforce. We don't have that right now, so it must be a district priority. Again, we do recognize the work done by the administration, and we thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grona, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Shyla Wooden, Executive Director for Human Resources, will address this agenda item.
Good evening. Tonight, we present our compensation plan for the 23-24 school year. I just want to mention that after last week's meeting, we did provide communication to all of our employees through email. We did so by Tuesday evening, just to share with them in general what they could anticipate based on this proposed plan. I also want to just note, as I speak through this agenda item, I will refer to eligible employees, and it is 90 days that they would have had to work in the 23 school year in order to be eligible for a pay increase. What we propose this evening for the general pay increase is for eligible teachers and librarians, grant a 4% of midpoint increase equal to $2,300 with targeted adjustments for certain years of experience in order to remain competitive with other districts that our teachers usually leave to. Last week, Ms. Latcorn did present to you years of experience that we tend to lose teachers, and also those districts that we tend to lose our teachers as far as greatest numbers. As far as our ranges for teachers, we are proposing that the max new to district for a teacher or librarian would be 25 years at 66,400. Also, in accordance with prior legislative sessions House Bill 3 requirements, the new pay scales do include the differentiated pay for classroom teachers with more than 5 years. We as a district adopted not only greater than 5 years, we also distinguish a differentiation for those with 16 years or more. Although this is again new to district, the max rate that we are proposing, we do have teachers that do earn more than that amount, and they also are eligible for the pay increase if they have earned a year of credit. For eligible classified hourly employees, that includes our auxiliary and paraprofessionals, we are proposing a minimum 6% general pay increase based on the midpoint of the new 22-24 pay scales, with additional target adjustments for specific positions, including but not limited to bus drivers, custodians, food service assistants, special education assistants, and instructional assistants to better align with the current market and avoid compression. Ms. Atcorn did touch on a few of those jobs in her previous presentation. Also, for eligible professional and administrative employees, we request that we grant a minimum 4% general pay increase based on the midpoint of the new 23-24 pay scales, with additional targeted adjustments for specific positions, including but not limited to counselors, nurses, and speech-language pathologists. Additionally, we'd like to make note that the board recognizes that although the 88th regular Texas legislative session did not result in new funding for teacher or employee pay raises, there may be a special legislative session called by the governor of Texas where a bill could be passed to provide such funding. Conditioned expressly on such a bill being passed in a special session to occur after the adoption of this compensation plan, the administration shall analyze any such legislation to determine if additional pay increases would be required to comply with such legislation, and if necessary, provide the board with a proposal for such pay increases to be funded by such bill. The board will consider any necessary pay increases at a duly called meeting and intends that any such approved increases be incorporated into this compensation plan and be paid as part of the salary for the 23-24 school year. I have a few other components of the compensation plan that we present to you, including a retention supplement. So the administration of NAISD has determined that funding is available through the American Rescue Plans Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, otherwise known as ARP-ESSER federal grant, to provide a one-time retention supplement for the first semester of the 23-24 school year. In order to qualify, we have outlined the following criteria: that employees would have a hire date on or before October 1st of 2023, and if implemented, qualified employees will receive that supplement in accordance with the terms outlined in the resolution that was also presented to you this evening, and be paid in November of 2023, and would be conditioned upon the qualified employee being employed through the last day of their 2023 fall semester in good standing. We also further add that our KIN employees, although they're defined as temporary, they do work a year-round schedule, or 180 days, and so we do ask that they are also considered eligible for this increase. In addition, ESSER funds are available, if additional ESSER funds are available and other budgetary conditions permit, the superintendent is hereby authorized to present to the Board of Trustees a recommendation for another one-time retention supplement to be paid during the second semester of the 23-24 school year. We also have within our compensation plan, recognizing that we have some hard-to-fill areas, proposal that if we are able to look at new teachers in certain high-need areas in order to be more competitive, that we'd like to continue to attract the best candidates for these teaching positions, particularly now that districts across the nation are faced with staffing shortages. So if ESSER funds are available and other budgetary conditions permit, as determined by the superintendent in conjunction with district staff, the superintendent is authorized to identify high need and hard to fill teaching areas and offer new teachers for these areas a signing and or relocation bonus as a recruitment incentive. Such bonuses shall be available for those identified teaching areas until such time as they are no longer identified as high need or hard to fill areas. The signing bonus program applies only to the plan initiated in the 23-24 school year. Also, within our compensation plan, we need to present to you teacher incentive allotment. We have done so in previous years, and although we're happy to announce that our part one of our application was accepted, and now that means we'll be entering into our data capture year, we still have to present to you for anyone that either we hire that earns a designation or comes to us, in that example, from another district, or has earned a national board certification. So within the plan, we are proposing that 90% of what we get from that allotment funding goes to the teacher who earns that designation. Should our district receive funding for a designated teacher who has resigned or retired, our district will forward payment to the resigned or retired teacher as soon as practical, and such funds are not part of any employment contract. The proposed compensation plan serves to provide eligible employees with a salary increase, to provide a one-time retention supplement in November, to evaluate the use of ESSER funds to establish a signing and/or relocation bonus for high-need or hard-to-fill areas, and to utilize possible teacher incentive allotment funds received for the 23-24 school year. It also serves to permit possible compensation increases for employees in the event of legislation for that purpose passed during a future special session requires such increases. This proposal and its impact to the budget has been discussed in detail during the prior budget presentations and also this evening. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this proposal.
Okay. Questions?
Now? I am really concerned about, I know this is at the lower end of the pay scale, but our bus assistant, our paras, and our special education assistants. And, I went around town and I was looking at places like Quick Trip and, I snapped a picture at Home Depot and things like this. And is there any way possible that we can do better than this?
Ms. Villarreal, you all are the board, all right? So what we brought to you, and I'll reiterate from the last week, what we brought to you is what we believe is a competitive compensation salary, or a compensation proposal, right? I've been around for almost 29 years. I can tell you when I was getting into education, I'll give you a true story. My first year's salary, I was working in another district, was $24,500. I was offered double that year to go work at a bank. As long as I've been around anyway, we've always struggled to compete with private industry because they have ways to generate new revenue and we simply do not. But, look, if you're, what is 39 something? What is the change, Susie, that this deficit runs? 39 something. If you want to go above that, you as a board have the ability to do that. We came there over some time, right, Miss Susie? We got there because what we did is spent this past year really analyzing, because I didn't find money. That 39 isn't found. I didn't find it. What we found are what we believe ways that we can do business differently to save money, because adopting the compensation package we've proposed to you is really making a commitment over the next 3 years to allow us to bring you $10 million in cuts, or budget savings. I won't even say cuts, but budget savings, $10 million each year for the next 3 years. We feel pretty good about we can get there. Now, once we start going above that, can we do it? Sure. It's just we're going to have to dig a little harder about where that money's going to come from. And look, when we did business, just a slight difference with family specialists causes a little bit of heartburn. So the higher the number goes, the more potential heartburn you may have over what we bring to you for proposals. You heard somebody talk tonight about a TRE. Well, that's on your plate, but in effect, that is a property tax increase. And so, but that's on your plate. Look, and Susie, I think that's what, $27 million that you have the ability as a board to generate, right? So, my thing is Ms. Villarreal, you as a board can do what you're the board. You get 4 votes, you guys can do what you want. I brought you what Dan and I and Susie believe is good. Look, I always want to give more. I've yet to meet anybody that doesn't want more in it. But I would urge you to understand that this isn't the end, I hope. This is the beginning of really trying to do compensation very differently and get better at how we target pay into folks. Because, again, I mean, they worked really hard based off of what you all said about emailing. I mean, they, communications was here late that night pushing out these emails because they were by group, because that's the only way we could communicate this in a clear or clearish sort of way, because it's so complex. Because in the past, I mean, look, I'm watching around the city right now. What they're talking about is, for the most part, flat across the board pay raises. Those are simple and easy to communicate. But we saw the disparity in the pay risks. And so what we did is targeted to try to help look at the market value, Miss Villarreal, because I'm probably never going to compete with Home Depot, to be honest with you. I don't know. I mean, you can, but it's going to be a challenge, because if you even go out of this area and we compare ourselves to Houston, pay looks very different over in Houston as it does in Dallas, because of what that local market demands. I will tell you, I had a friend up in St. Louis this week. Dallas ISD is advertising all over St. Louis. He said, I can't believe how they're looking for teachers, because it is just everywhere, right? But y'all can do, I mean, this is what we feel good with. I think we can get there, right? I don't know, it took a little coaxing, and the reason I smiled at Susie, it took a little coaxing with Susie to get there, right?
Yes, very much so.
It did, but we felt, but in the end, what I didn't want to do is make them do anything, is to say, we got to become it, which is why I met with the cabinet as well, to say, can you get behind this on what has to get done in order to get there? I want to pay our folks, but we didn't find it. We have to find it. Well, really, you have to approve it, is really it. I didn't find a pot of gold.
Is there a way, just for kicks and giggles, maybe do your magic on the, and just see what it would look like? Just
Do you have a proposed
Well, I was
amount
thinking-
to raise it? Because, I mean, they can't, we
Well, I
can
know-
ask them all day, like, yeah, because we all do want more for our teachers and
What we
staff.
did last year?
But
Oh,
if we
sorry.
have I want $1 increase or whatever that proposal is, I
The-
think we need to provide that level of information.
The January 2023 Department of Labor poverty level was listed at $14,580 for an individual, for an annual salary, which is generally 1,080 hours for a year. Breaking that down to an hourly rate comes down to $13.50 per hour is the bottom dollar to be considered at the poverty level. And so if we have salaries that start at less than that, that would be my recommendation, is to get them up to at least the $13.50 to, because we don't do anybody any favors if we're keeping our employees below poverty.
Could I offer a suggestion kind of based on what Mr. Byer said? Last year, we asked for what is a 0.5%, 1% like that. If we added $1 to every employee that's making less than, I don't know, $20 an hour, what would that look like in order of magnitude? Is it going to be 500,000, a million, 1.5 million addition to what's currently proposed, so that we have a hard number? Because otherwise, we're just guessing the order of magnitude. So we have a hard or do you add $1 to everybody that's making less than $20 per hour on the paraprofessionals, bus mechanics, custodians? What's that order of magnitude? Because if it's $15 million, that's got to probably be a bridge too
Sure.
far. If it's 500,000, we might have a discussion as trustees if we're willing to make that stretch.
I'm looking over at Susie. Do you
I mean, I don't even know
know
what the order of
that?
magnitude would be because of the number of people
Like-
involved.
And we're talking about starting
Starting,
salaries,
yeah, just
correct?
just the starting under 20. If you add $1 to each of them,
Dr. Micah, can I clarify when we're talking about, it's if somebody works a full-time 260 days, it's 2,080 hours.
Correct.
So some of our employees work 180, 187, 193. So you can't really, you'd have to try to take that number and go to 2080 to get you those numbers. So our people don't work 260 days. They work 180, like I said, maybe 187, 189, depending on the classification. So I guess when you're trying to compare what the poverty level is as opposed to what we're paying, it's a little different because that's annualized at 14,000, not what our people are working. So that just that clarification. Now going back to whether we can add a dollar, I mean, you have a certain amount of I guess folks that make a certain amount of dollars. We can calculate it. It's going to take us some time. So for us to be able to get you something by the 19th, it's nearly impossible. We might have to move.
Yeah, let me ask this. Charlotte, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Because I know you and I have spent some time talking about this. Is there an impact if you raise that starting? Does that then cause a different?
Yes.
So okay, that's what I'm trying, because it's not just simply raising this. It's all the residual through the pay scale, right?
Yes, sir. It would cause more compression.
Okay.
Because you would be bringing the entry up. If you don't adjust all the other incumbents, you would have to do that across, not just to raise the people that are below X dollar.
And you can't do it by just a dollar, because then further down the line, you're going to have to increase that dollar plus, because if not, you get that compression, and that's what we're trying to avoid, and that's what we were doing.
If I hear you right, Mr. What you're saying, the actual pay, because not the starting salary use $14, but really people that are already incumbent are actually going to make $15.50 an hour, for example. But if you go up 15, then you do that because of the midpoint compression.
Yes, sir.
It's really that. It's the attracting new recruits is what I think you're going to do, Mrs. Villarreal, versus what we're also going to pay our current employees, incumbents, and seeing their scale go up. If I'm understanding it correct, because it's going to be a ripple effect. It's not just a straight dollar. It's really $1.50, $1.75, $2 times however many employees.
And obviously, we can't guarantee,
Yeah.
but as part of this compensation package is targeted signing bonuses and other things that we can try to make up.
Yeah.
It's obviously not going to make up all of it at one time, but I think, we're looking at $10 million of things that we have to look at every year for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And, I agree, if we're talking $500,000 on a $600 million budget, that's not a lot, but
that's $500
but that's
million.
$500,000 that we've got to find.
And it adds up over time, and there's inflation, but I think the order of magnitude would probably be bigger than that. That's I think
Sure.
with the number of
I
employees.
agree.
probably
One
be-
of the things I could punt out to y'all also is, as you well know, and as Ms. Lackhorn explained, we're still waiting on the state to do something, right? Maybe they do something. If that's really an area, and again, the way we went about it is we looked at our market in the area in education. That's how we did it. I can't compare myself to Home Depot because they're a different entity, right? They're not, they're private, they're not public. But those are the things that we have to compete with. Again, part of this is we've got to find the 10 million, Mr. Buyer, but I also want to make certain that in next year we got to try to do something again.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't throw all in right now. Like we're not playing poker and I'm pushing all in and saying, okay, this is all my chips. Like we got to find the 10 mil, or else I'm going to get Susie really super nervous. And then look at in a year to saying, what are we going to do now? Because that's why we also put in the 2% retention supplement in November. One thing that we've learned through that is that really comes at a good time for people because it comes at November, right at Christmas. This year, when you all approved when we came back to you and said, hey, look, it could be 1.5, because we had it, it really made I don't know if you all got any emails. I did get several from people that said, you have no idea what an impact this made. And so we're trying to give what we can back. Ms. Villar, look, we had the option. We could have just supplanted it, dumped it in fund balance, and moved on. I'm like, we're going to give it to employees. Like, we got to find ways to help offset the inflation that we know is impacting everyone.
And just with a retention supplement, you know, it's 2%, so there's a floor for some of our folks are not going to get less than $250. So if you were to break that by hourly, it'd be like an extra 33 cents. If you were-
500
I'm sorry.
at 2%. 250 was the floor at 1.
Yes, sir. No, but that's what I'm saying. The floor is 250 at every percentage point, so it's
See,
500.
I'll keep making sure he pays up what he needs to.
No, it's fine. I was just going by 1%, so yes, it's $500. If you were to divide by the number of hours they work, it's like them getting an extra 35 cents an hour. I know it's not showing up in their paycheck, but it's going to show up in November when they do get $500. So if we were to just do it across
Does
all the
that make sense?
paychecks.
Instead of giving just flat 2, and this is, I don't know if Sharon's in the audience.
No.
She's probably sitting and watching it from an office. But she came to me at a meeting and said, Dr. Micah, there are people that 2% doesn't generate enough. And so we went back to Shyla and to Susie and came up with a floor of, look, you're not going to get any less than $250 at 1%. At 2%, you're going to get no less than $500.
Your time's up.
My time's up. Hey, my wife does that all the time. Usually, though, it's not an alarm. She just leaves the room.
My timer is not on.
But it's those types of things that we're always looking at, trying to put money in the hands of the people to the best that we can. But, look, I'll tell you, after last week, I sat with Dan and Susie the next day. I was like, are we crazy for doing this? Because, it's really on,
It is
like I said,
scary.
there's a lot of weight on our shoulders to carry it. But once we went back and sat and we're like, we know we have the capacity to get leaner and meaner. Even when you look at, we're the leanest and meanest, right? And the 26th leanest and meanest. But again, look, it's people, y'all. And it's not saying tomorrow, hey, Anthony, you just don't have a job. It's shifting and looking at how do we deliver these same things differently in a more cost-effective manner.
Which the scorecard is perfect for guiding us in that.
Right, y'all, I wish you could sit in some of the times when we're sitting and talking about it. It's how Shyla structured this compensation. She's like, it says about a competitive salary. So that's how we went about it. Rather than, because again, the easy thing was flat, the harder thing was targeted, but it made more sense and it fit your scorecard model. But then I have to think about that stewardship side of, I can't give you something that I just don't think we can potentially do. And 39 million deficit, that's pretty hefty lift, folks. 10 million a year for the next 3, right? That doesn't get you to 40, but it gets you in a much better spot, right, Miss Susie?
Yes.
And if the state does something, hey, then we're sitting back down having a different discussion, right? Those are all the things because, hey, again, like something that Susie touched upon, but I want to reiterate. Last year, we were super nervous about enrollment because we weren't coming back out of normal, and we were super nervous about average daily attendance. Our ADA typically in a given year is 95.5. This year, we said 93.5, and we just made it. We're going to say next year, we're going to go for 94. See, we're still not going back to what we're typically. To give you a concept of that. Now, look, if we get to 95.5, she's going to be super happy, and so am I, because that's $10 million more dollars. That 1.5% ADA.
Every 1% is 4 million.
Okay,
So
I lied.
it's
6
very
million.
close, yeah.
Sorry, wrong
You
numbers.
were doing the 2% from last year, but every 1%
Right.
is 4 million.
But you see, it's 6 million. That's something that it might happen. And if it does, we're going to come back to you and say, look what's happening. We're actually getting better ADA, better than what we anticipated. But we have to break the habit of Mondays and Fridays. Because that is literally the new pattern, is Mondays and Fridays drop and drop significant.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the variables, right? And then what does the state do? I think, Mr. Hill, you brought it up. I don't know. I would, if you know, would you let me know? Because I shook my magic 8-ball this morning and it said, ask again later. It's
September
these are,
with the TDA. We'll get it all done.
it's all this stuff that we just don't know. So is this a risk? Absolutely, but we think we can manage the risk.
Yes, sir.
That's what we believe in, right? But I hear you. That's why we brought you a compensation that has a little more risk than last year. But things are stabilizing a little bit better. They're not normal, but they're getting better. The outlook's not as nerve-wracking as it was last year.
Are there any other questions?
I did have one clarification on the teacher pay scales. Can you refresh my memory about the years of service for the $600 and then the $1,200? I know that came from a couple legislative sessions ago, but
Yes.
that's given to them annually on top of whatever we're talking about.
It's within the structures, yes, to make
Right.
sure that teachers that have greater than 5 years have a differentiated pay. We do pay 600 for the 6 to 10, and then with, 6 to 15 and 16 plus, it's the 1,200.
Okay.
And Mr. Byer, we did it that way because we heard from our more seasoned teachers
Right.
that it should be different. So even though the
Correct.
state said anybody with 5 years, just create something, we chose to do it different and give a 5-year teacher 600 and a teacher over 15 years 1,200. Is that right?
6 to
16.
10, 6 to 15,
6 to 15.
600.
Oh, whatever.
yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
16
So
years of
you
service.
explain it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
We just
That's
did
all.
it different.
Madam President, I had two questions. We got a couple of emails. One was from a 25-year teacher, and the concern was that individual's gonna make $1,000 less pay raise, $2,850 versus $3,850 for a 15-year. Filled in that too, and which I believe is an accurate statement on that general chart. Granted, they will get $600 more because they're over 15 years because of the supplement here. Is that correct, the 600 and 12?
That's included in those.
That's
amounts.
included.
Yes, sir.
So, because there was some concern that some of the really experienced teachers, I know the 10 to 15 or 16-year points where we're losing the most experience, but there is a concern out there. I don't know if that's going to change, but an awareness that too, we have very veteran teachers that other ways we need to also recognize their experience and compensation. I know it's a challenge and you can't do everything for everybody, but there was a concern there. That was more of a comment, but we received that, the board did. But other ways we can look going forward for those more senior teachers as well, more experience. The other one was a reference between the 217 versus 187 teacher contracts or that.
Yes.
My understanding, they get the same pay and the same number of sick days. Is that accurate statement or not true?
No, so what we do share with you as far as that 2,300 as an example is based on 187 days,
Okay.
but we do then translate that to a daily rate. And if you work more days, then your increase will be reflective of those additional days.
So they're actually getting paid more?
Yes.
They're getting paid for the additional days they work?
Yes.
Okay,
And
because
it-
the individual email, I wasn't clear on that. So they're-
That
they're
email
getting
that
paid.
went was forwarded
Yeah,
to
yeah.
from Ms. Grona to me, and you, did you speak to
Yes,
to
I
that
spoke
employee?
her
Okay.
Thursday evening. Yes,
Correct.
and I explained to her. So in a general, like easy math, $2,000 really translates to almost 2,400.
Well, I think it's good, clear messaging out to all the folks that do the extended calendar teaching as well. So they are actually getting paid for those extra days of work. Okay, that was my question. Thank you, Madam President.
And we
thank
do
you.
get more, local sick days too. So
Okay.
there is, based on the number of days you work, up to 7 max that we give to year-round employees.
Okay.
So in that case, 6.5 is actually what that
I
employer.
think it's good information for everybody to know. Thanks so much. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to, we know I'm notorious, my reputation for pushing y'all for more for our teachers and our staff. And so I want to say I appreciate so much the risk we're taking, the way that y'all have stepped up to do what we can. I'd like to emphasize, though, what one of the speakers said, too, and that's that the majority of us here do support the state funding education, public education, our teachers, our students, instead of bailing out a financially failing private school system. And that's an important message that we need to continue to advocate for. So I would like to piggyback on that speaker and say, please, we need to make sure that our children and our teachers are taken care of. There's a huge surplus that could be used for the good, and that's I would really love to see us come back in a few months and say, wow, they put us as a priority, and now let's take care of our teachers and our students. So hoping for that. So thank you so much for what you did to bring us here today. That's greatly appreciated. I am a little scared about that $10 million a year. That I'm worried about what will get cut and how it might affect, because other than that, it's
The
back
goal
to.
isn't to try to cut, the goal is to try to become more efficient.
I hear
That's
that,
it, Ms.
and,
Ewing.
yeah.
But
And if that doesn't get us to where we need to be, then the next thing is people, and that terrifies me, so.
Well, but people are impacted as you become more
Exactly.
efficient.
Exactly.
But realize this, that as you become more efficient, the staffing issues that you hear about also start to get better as well, because you need less staff in order to deliver the same service.
Mhm.
Okay?
wanna say something
One thing that I just want to clarify, because this is the first I've heard of it, but when we talk about TIA, because that will be compensation, and we've talked about it a little bit, we're going to make sure that it's TRS compensable, correct?
It is.
Yeah, 100%.
It has to be.
Like, I don't,
required by
that's
law.
life-changing to a teacher, just so you all know.
So,
Like, that's going to be TRS compensable. They get it. Once they earn that designation, they carry it for 5 years. So I'm never going to deny a teacher that not counting in their TRS.
so
That's
TRS
huge.
has this rule that typically lump sum payments don't count towards your benefit. The state legislature realized that, and so they put it in code. So this is like the exception to the rule. TIA is the exception to the rule. So it is TRS compensable, so, even if it is a lump sum.
And because they get it for 5 years in the TRS system, teacher retirement system, it's the high five. So see, it really is life-changing, because if that teacher at one of our campuses, what's the highest?
It's almost 28,000.
Almost 28. You think about that added to their salary plus 28,000 for 5 years, and then that's huge. That's a huge chunk for their retirement. So absolutely, it's going to be. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Anybody have anything else? Okay. Again, thank you for working on this, because I think when I first started hearing about compensation, we were thinking 2%. So I appreciate that you have gone through and got us to follow the balanced district scorecard and make us competitive as best we can. So do I have a motion to approve the compensation plan for the 2023-2024 school year?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 2,
Can we take a quick break?
sure. We'll have it's 9:11. We'll take a 5-minute break. don't think my mic was on, and so nobody was listening to me. Hey, I want to get home before midnight tonight, so. 9:17, we're reconvening. Item 2, possible action regarding School Health Advisory Council recommendation for edited HSAE instructional materials for high school health 1 credit courses. We had one person sign up to speak.
Number 5.
Is number 5 here? I do not see number 5. Okay, so we're going to move on. Mr. Kamen, is this you?
I'm just kind of introducing and then driving in case there's questions
Okay.
over here. So let me see if I can get this going. All right. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Thank you for allowing our SHAC the opportunity to answer your questions and concerns about the edits they've recommended for the curriculum for high school, HSAE, and violence prevention. Just as a reminder, on May 8th, the SHAC recommended choosing the best curriculum, and you all approved that, but there was a caveat that there would be some edits that they wanted to make to the curriculum, and those edits needed to go back to SHAC for approval and back to you all for your approval as well before anything could be implemented. So we sent you the work that they have done, which included district-created student note-taking guides. Those would be provided daily to students. I know there was some concern previously about students possibly not being opted into a lesson and getting a full packet. So those would be distributed on a daily basis. If the students are in the room and have opted into that lesson, they would get that student note-taking guide. You were also sent the NEISD teacher leader guides. So that was an adjustment from the Choosing the Best curriculum where we suggested edits. Those were color-coded and hopefully it made sense. Tried to make things jump out in yellow, and if it had a strike through, that was a suggested deletion. And then the things that were highlighted in green were additions. If you will recall, there were a couple TEKs that weren't fully met. And so those were activities or suggestions that would help meet those TEKs. And then anything that was highlighted in pink, that really, you probably only saw that on the videos. It was, we wanted to make sure that you knew there were conversations about a suggested edit, but if it was in pink, it didn't go all the way through. So it was one that, for lack of a better word, kind of failed to be approved, so to speak. So those were kind of the highlights in there. So the teacher leader guide, student note-taking guides, and the digital teacher tool as well, those suggested edits are in there as well. Just to let you know, and I'll turn it over to Tony and he'll finish this out, in working with Choosing the Best, they've actually started making those edits. I warned them and I said, ho, the board hasn't approved it yet. You don't have to do that yet. But they really wanted to show that they are willing and the things that they could do. And they've already even put those where you could preview kind of what those edits would look like. And so they've been very accommodating to work with us to make this a Northeast version of this curriculum to make sure that it works for us. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tony, and he's going to talk to you about a few more things, and then I'm just going to help drive questions.
Thanks, Jen. Okay, so first of all, I want to just say a huge thanks to Katie Steinhoff and to Jennifer Aguilar for all their help in putting this together. Did everybody get their packet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it really is, you know, the Choosing the Best personnel, talking with them back and forth, and communicating the recommendations that we had on the edits. It's going to create a great NEISD HSAE curriculum for our kids, and it's something that we can all be proud of. So I know during this process they probably lost about 20 pounds each because they were working their butts off. So and I wanted that to be on record because they really did put in a lot of time, and the information that you've got is the kind of the reality of it. And so with the process, you know, it was led by the Chase Standing Committee. We met 6 times specifically for the Health 1 curriculum, which is just the high school curriculum. Those recommended edits included all the videos, the teacher scripts, the student activity modifications, and then the teacher's training guides, which again, I believe that you all have, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So we're on that process. Chase's, you know, recommendation was voted on, and we received unanimous approval at the June 2nd, 2023 SHAC meeting. And so based off of that information, we're presenting it to you. In the essence of time, we'd appreciate your vote for the choosing the best curriculum. Thank you very much. I can leave, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Then if that's the case, I'd like to bring up the rest of the Chase committee.
Well, so I think what we will do is open it for questions, because I for one have questions, but I don't know if others have questions. So I usually let others go first.
Sure.
So
Do you mind if I bring up
No,
Chase
not at all.
committee? Okay. So Ben Elliott is our Chase chair. Also here we have Diana Parker, Rachel Brodeen, Ron Scheibe. And Katie Steinhoff. And then unfortunately, the rest of our members that couldn't be here, Stephanie Adams, Sean Metcalf, and Emma Kelly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
All right. So questions? Do you all have questions?
I had a couple.
Okay. I'll start down here.
I just had and I think, first of all, what you said about working, the work that was put into this is really incredible. So thank you so much, all of you. I think more than anything else, it's just kind of reminders of, I was trying to think back on our conversations the last time. On the leader guide, page 7, it talks about italics are used throughout the lessons to provide a verbatim script. So are we kind of insisting that these teachers use this script, period, no variances, no, okay.
That's accurate.
Yeah, because the original wording had been to suggest a verbatim, and now it says to provide a verbatim. So you want this. My only concern with that is, are we going to scare teachers if they say one word wrong? I mean, that's just kind of whoever wants to handle it.
Katie?
We've used a script like this in the past. All of our curriculums in the past have had a teacher script verbatim where they've followed it. They actually feel most comfortable with a verbatim script because it does give them guidance in what they are saying and what they are presenting. And we also know that across the board, it's what everybody is saying.
Okay, that sounds really, that helped a lot. And I know these are things we discussed, and I just want to kind of go back over them. On page 90 through, I think it was on 92 also, there's a huge section that's deleted about pornography. And what was our reasoning on that?
The reasoning is our stance throughout this whole process has been to meet the TEKS and to not extend beyond the TEKS.
Okay.
And that is not part of the TEKS for this strand of HSA curriculum.
All right, I
Ms.
knew that
Shuey,
we were.
since you brought that up, I have a follow-up question to that. Because the question I would have is, do we have anywhere else, and maybe this is for staff and not necessarily for the Chase folks, but do we discuss that anywhere, the issue of pornography with it being sort of a really bad influence on people's perception of what sex is and how to have sex and that kind of thing?
We do cover topics about sexting and how digital technology can lead to, or just sending electronic messages like that is not okay. We don't specifically call out pornography, but we do cover sexting and media issues and like that.
Okay, because I agree that I know we were trying to keep this to the TEKS, and I appreciate the looking out for that. I just wanted to make sure that we were at least broaching that topic or something similar somewhere, because I know that can be it can be a bad problem.
Yes, we do cover sexting.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of wish, yeah, I hear what you're saying, David. I think that there is a recognition that that is a massive problem now with our young people, and I would like to see that. But if it's not TEKS aligned, then I get that. Okay, on 98, we eliminated the line about talk to someone you trust, like a parent, teacher, school principal, counselor, nurse, or other trusted adult, and changed it to just or other trusted adult. I kind of hate to see that phrase go away. I'd like our students to know that these people are also trusted adults. Not only are they trusted adults, but they're also trained. And I would prefer that the student has more options and may not understand what is meant by a trusted adult.
So there was a lot of discussion around that. I'm gonna let Katie jump in after I speak to it, but the wording parent or trusted adult is also exactly how it's worded in the TEKS, word for word. There's also another area in I want to say it's Texas Education Code 26004 and in the NEISD guidelines that anything that is not a TEK or is not part of a curriculum where it just says parent or guardian. So there was actually some conversation and some committee debate that we wanted it to just be parent or guardian, but then recognized that because the TEKs say trusted adult, and there was some conversation and the staff suggested that the word trusted adult in itself does kind of open the door for the student to decide who their trusted adult is, right? They can decide who they trust.
Okay.
So that's kind of what the conversation that we had around that was. I don't know if you want to add to that or.
Could a teacher safely, say that phrase, even if it's, or say a trusted adult like, or anything?
So
or?
if a student
No.
questions, who is a trusted adult, someone that you feel safe confiding in. And so sometimes when you put the definition specifically with those entities, the student may only think of that
Limit
box
it-
of
it may
entities.
limit
And so
it
if we
there,
say
right.
trusted adult, and maybe they don't see a counselor, they don't know what a counselor is, but they know what a rec center leader is, or somebody at their church, it opens up a wider door for who their trusted adult could be.
Okay.
If we can say trusted adult, someone you feel safe confiding in.
Okay. These are people that I hold in very high esteem, and so for me, it was to kind of, in a way, almost discount them, kind of hurt, because these are people that I would definitely trust, and
I think from a speaking as a parent committee member, and I'm just going to speak for myself when I say this, I liked the idea of letting the child decide who their trusted adult was, and it being less guided toward almost prompting them to go to their teacher, go to their counselor, and maybe the child doesn't necessarily feel comfortable, right? So I liked the trusted adult just.
oh, I
personally,
do
right,
too.
leaving
I
it.
just hated to see the loss of the other word. No, I think the trusted adult phrase is extremely important. No, that I liked a lot. It's just losing those other words just kind of, and again, because so many of these people I know, and yeah.
And to add to that, I mean, you could have said, to talk to your clergy as a trusted adult, and so leaving them out, it's not, we're not trying to leave anybody out.
Yeah.
That's why we said trusted adult, because and not or some
Not limiting it.
someone else like
Not
a friend.
limiting, yeah.
We want to reinforce the fact that trusted adult could be a teacher, it could be a counselor, it could be a coach, it could be a clergy, it could be your neighbor. There's so many people that it could be, and so it could be a police officer. So we didn't want to narrow
trust
anyone out, by doing that, or exclude anyone.
Okay.
There also, I believe, earlier in an earlier lesson is an activity that the students take home, one of those parent interviews, where they share who their trusted adult is, and we hope that that would be a great opportunity to have that conversation with a parent and help identify trusted adults.
Yeah, I did, and I did appreciate that in those student, that all of them, or at least almost all of them, I think, closed with some type of talk to. let's have this discussion. I really appreciated seeing that phrase, let's have discussions, so.
Anything else?
Okay, thanks. Keeping it short.
I am, well,
For me.
I'm just saying,
For me.
anything else? Anything else? Because I think we've agreed that that's okay, right? Okay. All right, I'm just going to go down the line.
Oh, yeah, let me clarify that. I am going with the judgment and the vote and the feeling of the committee. I have no desire to change what y'all have done. I think that the reason that you exist is to be the voice. So I support the work that y'all have done. These were just questions for clarification in my mind. And I know we had these discussions a little bit fringe last time, but it's just really just to clarify where these came from. But no, the reason you're here is this, so.
Thank you.
No, so you've got my support.
You good, Mrs. J? I'm serious. I don't want to interrupt you because I know you're finishing. Okay, just to make sure. I'll go next if that's okay, Mrs. Grona. Quick question. I think I heard the answer is the publisher sounds like they're going to fully agree to make all the changes to both the edits. I mean, by the way, the edits was very well done, so thank y'all for whoever did all the work because it was very clear to us, the yellow, green, and the pink. But and same with the videos, they're going to make those edits and they're not going to have a problem with any of that.
For the ones that we have suggested for this,
Yes.
they have already made the edits for us to view.
So and it's just a matter of us giving formal approval to go forth and prosper there. Okay, that's great to hear because I know that was a question last time, would they? So I'm glad to hear that. The one on page 34, it was the suggested cut video where it was suggested to be cut, but then ultimately, as you said, Mrs. Aguilar failed. What was the discussion? Because I see there's some suggested text, or are they going to add that yellow text on page 34 and 35 of our little leader guide? Is that what the teacher's going to read after the video?
So I don't think my page numbers on my book line up with what
It's,
y'all are referring
it's,
to.
slide-
I think it's 32.
Slide number.
32.
Slide number 5, lesson 1, page 6.
It's,
It's the video on goal setting. You're cutting one section.
and it's the statement about Ryan's statement? Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, about Ryan's statement.
So in that yellow, Bennett, it is actually the same page number on there. Here, and I can, let me do this. How about I do this?
There it is. That's it.
There we go.
That's it right there.
Thank you for doing that.
You're
That makes it
welcome.
easier, sorry, yeah, because that
Because
way everyone knows.
I've got two iPads going over. here
Yes,
trying to-
so on the
Yes.
right side is
And
what
let me
I'm
see if I can
looking
make
at.
this a little bit bigger to look at, but I can't see the buttons up there because it's not on my screen anymore. So I think you're referencing to this teacher's note about Ryan's statement.
Yes, and on the right side, so is it just going to be the green that's going to be read by the teacher? Or is it the yellow text that's an ad?
Oh, I see. Do you want to answer that?
I just wasn't sure how they're going to, because they're not going to cut that part of the video, the second part, correct?
Correct.
But then they're going to address it either with,
The teachers will address it in that teacher's note.
okay, so the teacher's note is how they'll address it, not necessarily the yellow.
Correct.
The yellow was just explaining the discussion y'all had as a
For
change
the
committee.
purpose of this, yeah, that won't be in there.
Okay, it's just the
Final
green is, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
they're going to explain, hey, this isn't,
And that is highlighted green because there's actually a teak associated with that, which was why it wound up staying.
okay, and that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was actually going to be translated with the script.
So,
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt, but I had something on that same one. So if we're on the same page
Yeah, let's
that
do
we're
it. Sure.
talking about, can
Absolutely.
I then
Yes, ma'am.
say, okay,
And I opened up the colors because that was the other thing was the colors. I kept having to open up another device.
Understood.
So if we need the
This is-
colors, I've got that. open.
So my question is, on that video, why we're cutting that minute 31 to minute 48? Because the girl's talking about getting the degree in psychology and opening a home for girls. So I'm curious why you wanted to cut that section out.
Because this was a section meant about goals and how having adolescent, underage sex was going to potentially cause them to not be able to reach those goals. And her goal kind of introduced other topics that were outside of the realm of these teaks, the suicide, drugs, and cutting in particular. We felt that went beyond the scope of what we were trying to have the focus of this lesson be about. And because those are such potentially emotional and potentially triggering items that were not part of our TEKS
Okay.
assignment, we felt it unnecessary.
Okay, okay. Because I was like, it sounded like a good goal, so I just was curious why you,
It was mostly just because we didn't want to trigger any emotional impact that was not necessarily relevant to this lesson.
okay, all right. Mr. Hilliard?
Okay, great. Page, I think it's 42 and 43. I know last time, actually it's 43, slide 20, under the lesson 2. The DICE activity, I know there was discussion last time about doing it, not doing it, or there were multiples, but it looks like it's staying. Just everybody's good with that, because I know there was some concern expressed at one of the meetings about the DICE activity, if I remember correctly. Is there no concern with that?
I think that's a different DICE activity that
Is
you're
it-
talking about in a different grade level.
Okay, so that may be the case, because I know there was a concern with DICE. I wasn't sure if this was it. So this
I
is
think
not-
Ms. Villarreal had brought that one up, and it was in 8th grade with STD transmission. This is not that same DICE
Okay,
activity.
so this is a different DICE one, that's what I just.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the last one was the 8485 of the slide packet. I'm just making sure I understand. It was the love test. And so obviously that can be, I don't know, I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but is it gonna be a group or individual activity? Because I know there's some discussion with that dynamic of having these people talk about that stuff, about identifying, different people identify what love versus infatuation is. And I'm not sure what the Chase discussion was on that particular subject, because I know that previously had been a little bit of a conversation.
Do you want Katie to speak to that one? Because that biggest change was actually made in the student note-taking guide.
Okay.
So you won't see it as much reflected in here, and I'll let Katie speak to that.
Okay.
So a lot of the conversation around that specific piece was to try to help make it not so personalized to the student. So instead of asking the student to think of a personal relationship, think of a relationship you've witnessed in a book, a movie, a TV show. And then what we did was we actually went through every single one of those lines, and where it said, we have been together for less than 12 months, we've changed it to they have been together for
Okay.
12 months. So all the statements reflect a fictional character.
More generalization versus a personalization.
Yes.
Okay, that was what I was just
Yes.
trying to clarify. Okay, those are the questions. Was there anything else from the Chase Committee that you want the board to know? I guess would be my general question. Y'all can wait till everyone's done asking questions, but if there's any other particular feedback, y'all's work was phenomenal, the diligence in doing the colors and stuff, so thank you for all of the work, but that's all the questions I have, Madam President, for now. And if y'all want to wrap up the end, any general comments?
Okay.
No, whenever you're
Go ahead.
done with all the other
Is
questions.
it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, first of all, thank you. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you. I can't even imagine the amount of time you guys have put into doing this, and I appreciate you so much. I know there was one DICE game that was kind of off color. Is there a second DICE game? And if somebody could please take me through that step by step.
Yes, I think that was I believe that was for the 8th grade.
Okay.
Which is not this. There is a
Right.
DICE activity
So-
in this one.
Okay, so that one doesn't have any bearing on this. Okay, is there anything else that you guys, in your opinion, you guys are so phenomenal, and I know that if there's something else that might be embarrassing to the kids when they go through that, is there anything you can think of that could cause potential embarrassment during the program?
We tried to alleviate a lot of the ask a boy or ask a girl volunteer to say. There were some things in the script that were like, ask for a volunteer to read the quote that the speaker mentioned in the video, and right, some of those quotes were saying things to the effect of like, I had sex, I had sex at a young age or whatever. It's referring to a teenager speaking. So we didn't want the students up really speaking or even in role playing, right, to some degree. So in those sensitive topics, we changed the script to, instead of saying ask for a volunteer to say, we changed it to say listen while I read, so the teacher will be reading the more sensitive parts out loud. Did you
And
want to
that was one of my questions, because, and I don't remember which page it was, but I just was curious why you did that. I get maybe that you wouldn't want
I'll try to find an example.
I just was curious why you couldn't have a volunteer say, because I think it was read Anna's story.
Right.
Anna did blah, blah, blah. Or, so I just was curious why it was teacher versus student.
So with the more sensitive conversations, having a youth, an adolescent, say I or personalize that statement regardless of whether they're reading somebody else's story or not, it's a very sensitive thing for somebody now to verbally say, I went and did this, even if they're reading another person's story. So by them being able to put that in their own words and say that out loud, they're now personalizing to them. And we don't want to encourage our children to be saying or thinking those things. So
Okay.
when it became to the more sensitive discussions, we moved it to the teacher doing the reading and the kids listening.
Okay.
There are still some areas where you'll see volunteers still
Yes.
engaging. We just tried
So
to
that's
take
why I was confused, 'cause-
the topics that were specific, especially, so some of the videos, you'll hear adults reflecting back, on choices they made when they were younger, but anything that's specifically a statement that says, when I was 17, I was having sex, right? Anything that's not a legally consenting sexual area, we didn't want children personifying that in any way.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I interrupted Diane. Go ahead.
I was just wondering when you're going to begin the process of editing the elementary and middle school videos, lessons and videos.
As soon as y'all approve
Oh,
the new SHAC. We actually have made a timeline for it in order to try to schedule SHAC meetings at appropriate times before it would need to come to the board. So it's going to continue to be one meeting a week for these amazing folks, and trying to take care of 2 lessons at each of those meetings. And hopefully taking 6th grade to full SHAC in September, because we did 6th grade first because middle school's not gonna roll out till spring. And so to capture our 6th grade students who took health in the first semester, we're gonna capture in PE in the spring. But that meant we needed to extend that window a little bit for 6th grade. So we had time to teach them both in PE and in health, because we'll be teaching it all at that same time frame. So if we can get 6th grade done first, we'll be able to meet that. And it's only about 2 weeks longer of a time frame. And then 7th and 8th grade would come to you about a month later, but all of it would come to you before the end of the first semester,
Okay.
assuming they work once a week.
I just have one more question.
I need to chime in on that real quick.
Okay.
A little add. So that means that because we're losing Rachel, because her son graduated, and we lost Stephanie Adams because her husband got deployed. We need y'all to backfill some of those spots.
Right.
So we need your help on getting this approved and then backfilling so that we can jump in running.
Understood. Okay, just,
Ms. Vio.
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to
I
answer your
apologize.
question because you
Yes.
had brought up something about the dice, and there
Mhm.
is a dice activity in here, and I just wanted to address that so that you know. It's lesson 3, avoiding pregnancy, and the TEAC is to analyze the effectiveness and risks and failure rates, human use reality rates of barrier protection and other contraceptive methods, including how they work to reduce the risk of STDs, STIs, and pregnancy. And so the activity is basically having the students roll the dice, and then if they would hold a no contraception sign, they would hold a sign that has the different forms of contraception, and then they would roll the dice to illustrate the odds of the failure rate according to that. So I just wanted to make sure that you know that that is in there.
Okay, I was wondering, do you think that might be a good one to put in the parent preview? Maybe let them see it?
The
Okay.
entire program would be in the parent preview. The
Okay.
parents would be able to see it and do have access to it online as well, but the parent preview would go through every lesson.
Fantastic. There's only one more question, and I promise I will shut up. Okay. In segment, and I know that you sent me an email, and you said that you guys were going to leave segment 6. There's a video. It's about a guy that makes light of being a virgin, okay? Or people being virgins.
Abstinent, right.
Right, abstinent. And since that's what I believe, that's the law, that we're supposed to be saying, their kids should not be having sex before they are adults. I'm trying to understand what
Yeah,
you.
what page
Do you have a page number?
It would be, I just have segment 6.
It's the video lesson. of lesson
Right,
6. It's
yes,
in the
yes,
video
yes, yes.
transcript.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out,
So, the exact, I have it pulled up, I have it queued up. So that was, minute 458 through 502.
Right.
In the video for this lesson, and it has to do, there's a conversation that has to do with, I believe it was the young man's girlfriend said, I want to wait, I want to abstain from having sex until I'm married. And his exact quote was, I didn't know that was still possible, or something to that, or I didn't know that people could still do that, right? Kind of dispelling it, to your point, I believe, kind of dispelling the idea of abstinence. So what the conversation was, and several of us agreed that statement did kind of make light of the theme of abstinence, right? And that's why abstinence is, we fought so hard to make sure that it's on every page of every lesson, or in the student note-taking guide is top and bottom. So, but this lesson in particular, when you watch the video, before the video is even presented to the students, there is the opening slide for the lesson, the opening slide for every lesson, by the way, has our key statement. And that is one thing, Steve, to the question you said, any general things we want to point out, is our key statement that reads, or our key message is what we're calling it, I apologize. Abstinence from all forms of sexual activity when used consistently and correctly is the only 100% effective method in preventing STDs, including HIV and AIDS, pregnancy, and the emotional trauma associated with adolescent sexual activity. So that's prominent on the intro slide, and leading into, before the students watch that video, the teacher's script tells the students, as we watch the video of the teens and young adults talk about their personal experiences, please take notes on your note-taking guide, and then we refer them to the note-taking guide where they're going to have the questions to read. Why are the teens in the video choosing to be abstinent / delay sexual activity, ideally until marriage? And then they're going to also have to ask themselves, how does abstinence or delaying sex, ideally until marriage, affect a relationship? So that kind of opens the door. Then they go in and watch the video. And the conversation kind of circled back to, it's dispelling a myth, right? It's dispelling this young man's myth that I didn't know people still did that. And I think after some deliberation amongst ourselves, we realized that that's probably a realistic thought process that some of our students may face. And then we come back after the video segment and close the door back with, following up the key messages of abstinence. Why are the teens in the video choosing to be abstinent? And then there's additional, that particular part of the video, if you watch it all the way through the end, he kind of closes it back up with her desire to be abstinent changed his mind to the fact that even though he had previously engaged in sexual activity, he was deciding to go back to abstinence. So it kind of came around full circle and closed that loop of, there's this myth that abstinence is sort of this weird thing, but it really came full circle and served to solidify it and really engage the discussion around it.
I did want to add that we did add a note before all the videos that says not all teenagers are having sex. In fact, teens having sex are in the minority, but this video is featuring teens who are discussing having had sex, whether once or more, so you can better understand some of the complications and potential repercussions for teens. Because I think the concern was that the videos sometimes can normalize that activity among these children, so we wanted them to know that that's not the case.
So I actually did have a question about that specific statement. The fact that we say, in fact, teens having sex are in the minority, can we actually say in fact?
There is research.
Is there
Yes, sir.
research that backs it up? Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if that was something, because I didn't want to introduce some subjective stuff when we're trying to be much more scientific and to the letter of the law. So if we have
There's
backing for that.
I don't want to misquote. I don't know if it was
And that's
CDC,
fine.
but there is a study that
Okay.
has that.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Ms. Villarreal?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Landry?
Thank you so much.
Did you have any questions?
I just wanted to say thank you. This is amazing work, and y'all can all add curriculum editing to your resume.
So, just so you know, we have a few openings. I don't know if you heard, but the board just approved this great compensation package tonight, and we'd like to see if we can compete.
And those openings
Mr.
pay
Elliott,
as
I've
opposed to
been,
volunteer.
I mean, you
Yeah.
know this stuff pretty well, so I think you, Ms. Aguilar, I mean.
I have a place for him. I have an office. I'm ready.
I'm liking it.
But then it would be a conflict of interest if I did this again, right?
I'd say we try to replace it for him on the SHAC then.
Yeah.
But they're gonna post tonight. We're gonna find some folks.
That's flattering. Thank you. Thank you all for y'all's support through this process, because as y'all obviously know, it hasn't been taken lightly, and we've put a lot of time, a lot of hours into it. And to the question that was asked about when are we going to start on the middle school, obviously we need a full committee and a full SHAC to do that. But fortunately, we feel like high school is probably going to be one of the more difficult ones to tackle. Some of the other ones have a little more maybe age-appropriate boundaries that we're going to look at, but we now know our method, right? We know what we're looking for, the types of changes that we're identifying and making. So there's probably going to be a lot of trust and verify with that, with having Jen and Katie actually kind of start suggesting these, because all of these edits that we got to with the final copies that y'all saw started off as drafts that we went through line by line and tweaked and edited and lined, and they just kept revising and revising. So we think that we'll probably be able to produce a pretty quick and efficient turnaround on the other levels once we're ready to proceed with it.
Okay, Mr. Byer, did you have anything?
Yes, I had a couple of things. On the student handouts, there's one, lesson 5. The essential question at the top and the summary and the last one are two different questions. And I think it looks like it's a copy of one that was the same from a previous lesson. And maybe I misread it.
I'm gonna let Katie.
So
speak.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
That is so, yes, you are absolutely
Okay.
correct.
So it's about,
We'll fix that. The essential question is, how do friendships provide a foundation for healthy dating romantic relationships? And that should be the summary question at the end.
yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that was correct.
Thank you for catching that.
Get
Mr.
that
Byer, you looking
corrected.
for a job too?
We'll see how this week goes.
We all looked at it and missed
He'd have
it.
to wait a year.
Landscape architect is
Yeah.
not nearly as exciting as
Yeah.
curriculum writer.
Especially on this topic.
So if you can go to page 56, this applies to, this might be the only location. I didn't catch it anywhere else, but where we talk about safer sex. In reading it, we say, I think, if you can find it, I don't remember the exact.
You said page 56, correct?
56, yes.
Slide 56.
Slide.
Page or slide? Page number at the bottom, or?
Yeah, page number on the bottom right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so go 2 more. Sorry, go the
Go-
next,
One more page over.
yeah, go one more page.
I can't, so my eyes won't let me see up here, and then it doesn't.
So is it really 57, 58?
It's page 56 on the bottom right there. It says, anyway, this is a highlight that said, where we talk about safer sex on the top left there. Says safer sex is a myth. It may reduce, but why do we add is a myth? Can't we just say safer sex may reduce but does not eliminate? Adding is a myth seems a bit subjective to put in there. I would suggest removing that and just saying safer sex may reduce but does not eliminate the
It's
risk
the
of
key
pregnancy
teaching
or
point.
contracting an STD.
Okay.
So to add in is a myth helps with the idea that there really is not safe or safer sex. Like, the idea is to get kids to understand that there really is not a safe sex. There is some sort of consequence involved at any point. So it's to help lead to that piece so that they understand outright that having the idea out there is that there's this idea that there is such thing as safe sex, and there isn't. There is a consequence involved. So
Okay,
That was
I
my
guess when I read it, that the adding is a myth didn't add anything, and I don't know if a teenager's gonna respond to that or not. I mean, I guess that's the teacher.
I think,
will-
and the idea
will
of that
bring up that
also,
point.
is to kind of go back to the key message that there is only 100%, one 100% effective means,
True.
and that's abstinence, right? So, they're talking about the potential barrier contraceptive methods, but then we also talk about the failure rates. So
Yeah.
that
And so-
kind of brings it back to the myth. The words safe sex, right, is a myth. There is no safe sex. So that's where that really, that's to just tie back into the only 100% effective.
And that's not necessarily I guess I was also misreading, that's not a teacher, that's just part of the key points.
Correct.
That's not their script. Okay.
And that's actually brings me back to, there's something I want to proactively point out. In that area that you're looking at, which you're going to see at the beginning of each lesson, and the key teaching points, that teacher note right there that says, these key teaching points apply to all teens, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. So that's something that it is in the publisher's key,
Yes.
Teacher note area, but there were a couple of lessons, I think 5 and 6, or it might have been 6 and 7 later in the program, where they actually had that in the teacher script.
Mhm.
So in those areas, we struck through it, but what the point of it being here in the teacher note for every lesson is so that the teachers can answer questions, because our statement in the teaching instructions for the curriculum, the teacher training, basically that's where it's going to say anything that's not in your curriculum, direct a student to their parent or trusted adult or parent or guardian. So this, having it here, gives the teacher the ability to, when questions are asked or a student's like, well, this doesn't apply to me, then this gives the teacher that place to go back and refer to answer that question. And so we have that note. We did add that note at the beginning of all 8 lessons.
Okay. And I guess what would be the danger of having that in the script? If we have it as a teacher note and they're allowed to talk about it, is there an issue with them? I guess I missed that in
It was just
election 7 or
inconsistent.
8.
It was inconsistent because it was in a couple of the lessons, but not in all of the lessons. Some of the lessons
Okay.
had it as a note, others didn't.
Okay.
There's also some nuances. We'd have to go into detail, but there's some nuances that it almost looks like a different author picked up in like lesson 5 and beyond. So there were some
Sure.
things that just created inconsistency.
Okay. And I guess the last thing I have, there was one area, I don't know if it's page or slide 64, but
Welcome to our
go 8 more pages.
Yeah, it's weird on the
I
number.
don't know if it's 64. Oh, go flip another page. It's when we talk about some of the risk.
Flip another page.
Yeah, the one, yeah. So we talk there on the left column at the bottom, highlighted, where we're at risk sexual behaviors, where we strike through mutual masturbation, but then talk about touching in the genital area, just on the right there, Jennifer. What I guess to me that could almost be 2 different things, and it also, I'm not sure if it seems like we soften the language for some reason, and
So
I would think the students probably would respond to the one that we crossed
if
out.
they know what that meant without it having to be explained or prompting other questions that the book doesn't provide an answer to. And then touching in the genital area is pretty spelled out to the point. Because what mutual masturbation, I suppose, could maybe be interpreted differently if you're not also defining what that is.
Yeah. Well, I guess my suggestion would be just strike out, just leave it at vaginal sex, anal sex, oral sex, and not have, if we're not going to,
But there's the possibility of transmission through the touching of other genitals. So that's
Okay.
why that has to stay, and that's why that's in there as a risk.
Okay.
So we felt with the language of mutual and masturbation that would create more confusion if students weren't familiar with the language, if they hadn't
Sure.
heard it. but the other phrase covers it so that the point of the risk is there.
Okay.
So I kind of had, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I know part of that discussion was also that was not language used in the TEKS, whereas those other
Okay.
Modes are, and so that was the other reason.
So then the other technical part about this, so on this page, we have highlighted and crossed out, and then we added touching in the general area. But then on page 77, just want to make sure we're tracking this correctly. It's more of a, again, a technical thing. We have mutual masturbation struck out, but then the touching in the genital area is not highlighted in yellow, so I wasn't sure if that was already there or if it, so go a couple more pages.
I think it was actually there already, so when you even said it was highlighted, we might have just gotten happy with highlighting there.
Okay.
But that was already
Okay,
language
well
from
then that,
CTV.
okay, yeah, go.
One more page?
One more.
Am I there?
One more. So there on the left-hand column, the third from the bottom, it says, ask her what are these at-risk behaviors? And I just wanted to make sure, just right above your cursor there, touching in the genital areas was not highlighted like it was on the other one. So I wasn't sure if it was already there, if we added it.
It was already
Just
there.
making sure we're
I'm
consistent.
90% certain.
Okay. And if that's the case, then my previous question is struck from the record. I should have, so, technical first, anyway.
Well, I
that's
did
all
have a question about that too, because the mutual masturbation, but then it was touching in the genital area. Is somebody going to think that that's self or mutual? Like, is that taking away the definition of the mutual, is my question.
Do you have the original?
I don't have the original with me. Katie might.
So the first time it's mentioned in lesson.
On page 64?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the first time it's mentioned in lesson 4. And where it has it listed, it does not have it listed as with touching in the general area. But then in lesson 6, what you're referencing right now, that is where it takes in, or where it brings in touching in the genital area.
So see, I had it written
So-
down on both. I had page 64 and I had page 77.
So, and in the original script, we added it where we first took out mutual masturbation. We added the language of touching in the general area because it's not listed in the teacher's script originally from Choosing the Best.
Okay.
But later on, where you see it's not highlighted, it's
It
not
was.
highlighted because it's actually in the teacher script at that point.
So it actually said.
So it says touching in the genital area, which can transmit some STDs.
But on 77, it also said mutual masturbation and touching, right?
Yes. And
Okay.
so that's where
So it
we
left
got the
both.
language for the first time. We wanted to make it consistent.
Okay.
So we took the definition that we found
From-
later
okay.
and moved it up there.
Okay.
It was mostly just for the lack of a definition and not creating additional questions or
Okay.
confusion that the script can't answer.
Okay.
And then that's also a scientific type question where if a student were to ask, well, is that me or is that somebody else? The teacher can say, well, it's mutual.
Okay,
They can,
okay.
they can clarify with a scientific answer.
Okay. Okay. All right. Did you have anything else? Okay. I have a few more things, and I'm not questioning the process or what you did. I just am trying to understand some of your thought process behind it, because I did sit, through SHAC and listen to some of these conversations. So on page 54, where, and it is, why did we delete pull out? It was withdrawal or pull out. And I guess in my thinking, a kid, I shouldn't call it a kid, a student is going to use that term more than they are withdrawal. And so are they going to, if you just say withdrawal, are they going to understand what that is?
So the technical definition of what we're asking them to evaluate there is withdrawal.
Okay.
By using the phrase pull out, we are now taking this and cheapening the conversation. We're trying to be the adults. We're trying to be the presenters of scientific, reasonable conversation. we felt it was adolescent to use the phrase pull out, because it is defined directly by using the phrase withdrawal. And so we
Okay.
pulled it out to keep this at a mature level, because we're talking to young adults. And one of the things overarching with our process that came up numerous times is, this is for 8th graders to 12th graders. And if it's good enough for a 12th grader, it has to be good enough for an 8th grader
Okay.
because of the 5-year span. So if we're going to be adult about it, we're going to say withdrawal. And that way, as the parents see the parent previews, the parents do have control over double opting in on this. They can choose when their child takes health.
Right.
And then they also get to choose which
Which
lessons they
lessons.
get to do.
Right.
So if one family's not comfortable with their kid getting this until 12th grade, then they get it in 12th grade. If a family's comfortable with it in 8th grade, but they don't want lesson 5, and stuff like this, we felt made it more professional for the kids'
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, I'm trying to think through it from, like, where we have abstinence/delaying sex, because some may not know what abstinence is,
Right.
but they're gonna know what delaying sex
And-
is.
and-
So I was kind of thinking from it from that perspective, whereas some kids may not know what that term is, but they may know what the other term is. So
And-
that's why
This was
That was
this was one of the items that was not 100% unanimous amongst our committee. There were other people that agreed that pull-out added a relatability factor like the delayed sex does. I think at the end of the day, we, like Ron addressed, even in the publisher's text, it has quotes around pull-out.
Okay.
Acknowledging it as slang. So
Okay.
we kind of just opted for the more scientifically accurate approach.
Okay. And were they able, on page 57, the video 4, where it starts off with the girl and you say to eliminate the giggle, did they do that?
They're only able to mute the sound over it.
Okay. Because I did listen to it, and to me, it doesn't sound like a giggle. It's almost like she goes, it's really common, blah, blah.
I thought it was like an embarrassment type of gesture as well.
So I guess my point is it going to make sense for it to be muted? Or,
They'll get the gesture of it, I guess, and just not the sound. So I mean,
Okay.
valid point, I
Okay.
suppose, right?
Well, one of the points that came up in the conversation of that is even a nervous giggle cheapens the severity of the conversation we're having. So even if it was just a nervous giggle for her, the giggle lessens what we're trying to teach in that spot. And so by muting just the giggle, it again adds a level of adultness to what we're trying to teach our children.
okay. So to the next one, where we're cutting 245 to 258, why are we cutting that one out?
Let me read which one that
It was video 4, and it was,
That's the infatuation quote.
had sex with a girl that I didn't know well at the time. We both hung out with some friends that we both knew. It just happened. No one I knew ever talked about no STD.
That was there were a couple of clips similar to this where we thought it was a little too normalizing, making it was it just happened, I believe, was the part that we discussed and agreed that sort of was a little too normalizing, a little too desensitizing, if you will, casual.
But do you think that is reality among teens? I mean,
Statistically, most teens don't have that experience. So,
okay. And then I didn't understand why we cut the 323 to 332, where it says, I didn't even think I was too promiscuous because I had friends that had dozens.
It was again the normalization of sexual activity, talking about dozens of partners, comma, too many to even count.
Okay,
We just thought that went a little bit too far.
Okay, on page 67, video 5, we cut the 17-year-old. Well, I was 17-year-old and had sex before, but I'd never had sex and I wasn't planning on it. I'm not sure why we cut that section out. It was the 215 to 242.
When I was 17 years old, hang on, let me read it all. Okay, so again, this is it identifies when I was 17 years old, so we're talking about minors, they can't legally consent, and then it goes to say, the casualizing of it. I just misspoke on that, I think 17.
Okay,
but
because
anyways,
then right below it is when I was 15, I met this guy, we
right,
fell in love, we had
so-
sex. So if it has to do with,
that wasn't the reason. I apologize
Okay.
for leading off on that. I realized it when I read farther down. But it was the quote, "Okay, yeah, I can have sex with this guy. He's really hot and wants me." So that was, we had that noted as like an objectifying comment. We actually have that, the slide itself, there's an infatuation trap slide. What lesson is
It's
this?
right, it's still in the same.
Okay,
on the
so
same page.
that young lady right there in that picture on the bottom right
Right.
slide is the one that says that. Notice her quote is even removed from there. The, "Oh yeah, I can have sex with this guy. He's really hot and wants me." So that was like you have it right there, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's right
the
there.
reasoning why.
Oh.
So it was the objectification. Yeah, she would.
I think for that one, I mean, we really don't want to give that message to our young ladies. The words that she's saying, you know, he's so hot, he wants me. Like, it's almost like it's giving them the wrong message. And so that was our thinking on that.
okay.
When I think part of that, I know with some of the other things that were sort of edited were the statement says, "I have everything to lose." I think there were some notes about making sure people, if they do get in a situation, it's not the end of their life. I mean, we don't want to give the message that, yeah, we want you to abstain, but if something happens, you can still live your life, you can still achieve your goals, you can still do what you want to do. So I think that was the other part of removing that part of her statement from there.
Okay. Page 85, video 7, cutting out that section. Because I went back and rewatched all of these again today. For context, I almost think you need to keep that in. And it was, at school, I feel a lot of peer pressure. They'll just talk about it. Oh, at this party, I had sex with this guy, or I was hooking up with this guy. And it's kind of like, if you're not doing it, what's wrong with you? I mean, I don't know why you just are cutting out that one sentence. It almost like it just seems to.
The initial suggestion was to cut that whole speaker's part. For the normalizing teenage sexual activity aspect of it, just because of the "I had sex with this guy" or "was hooking up with that guy," it's just so casual and matter of fact random. The suggestion initially was to cut the whole that part.
Okay.
However, the aspect of peer pressure and peer identifying peer pressure as a type of pressure that's part of the TEKS, we thought we could get the point of peer pressure across without the conversation, the quote that seemed to normalize teenage sexual activity by just saying, "At school, I feel a lot of peer pressure." And it's kind of like, if you're not doing it, what's wrong with you? So that's how her part would read, rather than having that other
Okay.
quote.
Well, and I was also going to say, in that lesson specifically, in the activity, there is a specific activity where they go into myths of different types of pressures and how do they look at media, how are they looking at what
Okay.
teens are saying. So there was a better place for them to get
Okay.
involved with that.
Okay. And I'm almost finished. Page 86 and 7, it was slide number 96. It says, "What's the fact message?" And it said casual is crossed out, and we put adolescent, casual sex.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So I guess my thinking is you could be a 17-year-old taking this course, and then when you're 20, you could go back and you could think, okay, I guess I'm just wondering why you took casual out and put adolescent, because it is, somebody may think of it as.
So in this particular aspect, the specific reason why is because, and pregnancy, right, Dana, if you read a little farther, this whole paragraph, it says, "What is the false
Right,
message?
including-
Sex is casual and no big deal. Expected early on in a dating relationship," right? So that's still there as the false message. as the false message, and then the fact message, instead of using casual, can have, without adolescent, right, it would have just said casual sex can have significant life-changing consequences, including potential emotional consequences, STDs and pregnancies. And so we're at the same time in lesson 3 is trying to dispel the idea of, oh, if you do have do get pregnant and have a child in your youth, then that's life-changing, you're never going to recover from that. So
But that could also happen if you're 20, right? I mean, I guess I'm
true.
just trying to figure out.
We just didn't want to call it negative, significant, life-changing, whereas in adolescent it is a little bit more life-changing. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that part, but I think that was the main reason for changing that there.
Okay.
Was because we didn't want the idea of pregnancy to be a negative emotional consequence.
And I guess I'll add on to that is the fact that obviously we're dealing with teenagers from the standpoint of 8th grade to high school. And we're hoping that our kids, that when they get to college, they're still going to have the same morals and the same type of mentality that has brought them to this point. So it's more the focus on the adolescents because that's what we're dealing with.
But I guess that was kind of where my thought process was more, if it's adolescent, and I don't know, if they're 20, are they going to not think it applies to them? Does that make sense?
I think I'm hearing you say casual sex is a issue whether you're an adolescent or an adult.
Right.
And we've maybe minimized that as an issue.
Or are we making them think it's only if that's my question. So okay.
I mean, that's exactly the process we went through on many of these edits. We went over them and over them and over them. This is something that could simply be changed to read casual or adolescent sex, because then it hits both of them. It does say, look, there's significant stuff with adolescents, but this is also hitting our 17-year-olds that are seniors about going off to college, and it still reinforces your exact point about casual sex still has all of these and can still stop you from achieving all the goals and the consequences. So that would be a great thing to just unstrike it and add an or in there, and we've covered it.
Okay.
And I do remember the conversation that day of that. Really, the main part of that was not wanting to, I guess, create a stigma of unplanned pregnancy being like this life-altering, destructive thing. So.
Okay, that's mine. Anybody have anything else?
That's something that we want.
I wrote it down. I just want to clarify, is that a change that you want us?
It seems to be a sticking point for us, right? So that's something that.
And that's an easy change because it's just our teacher script.
Okay.
Choosing the best doesn't have to do anything. I don't have to call them and make them change anything.
Okay.
That's on ours, but is everybody agreeing to that?
I mean,
We can
Okay.
make a motion to add that change.
Got it. That's why I brought the pad of sticky notes.
Okay, so does,
We've approved a friendly amendment to our own recommendation for you guys to use.
does anybody have anything else about the videos? And again, thank you. I know how hard y'all have worked. I mean, I've sat in the committee, not the committee meetings, but the big meetings and just, an hour and a half hashing it out. So again, thank you for your leadership and your committee and doing all those things.
Thank you all.
Anybody, anything else? All right, so do we have a motion to adopt the edited instructional materials for HSAE and abuse violence prevention instructional materials for High School Health 1 as presented by 2023 SHAC, and certify that all students taking the high school health credit courses who have opted into this curriculum will be provided with instruction that complies with Texas law and covers 100% of the health TEKS related to HSAE and abuse violence prevention.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you again.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
All right, item B, consent. 1, Northeast Education Foundation. A, Northeast Educational Foundation MOU with NEISD. 2, Business Services. A, TEA login, TEAL authorization. B, waiver of penalties and interest. C, extension of contract for collections of delinquent taxes. D, bid items. E, 2023-2024 proposed cooperative purchasing contracts. F, 50,000 purchases. G, 2023-2024 anticipated over 50,000 purchases. 3, minutes from May 2023. 4, end of consent. Do I have a board member wishing to pull an item from consent?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to pull B1A, B2C.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, 11, B1A,
B1A,
B2C as in Charlie, B2F, and B2G.
B2F, B2G.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anybody else? All right, do I have a motion to approve consent without those items?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. All right, B1A.
Quick question on the MOU with NEEF. Page 2, there's an added sentence that said, added budgetary assistance for fundraising activities. The two questions are, why the change, and then what are we talking about as far as cost-wise with this particular change? Obviously, it was a new edit.
Where are you again? I'm sorry.
It's page 20, what page are we on? Page 26 of our packet. It's page 2 of the MOU.
So it's 2B under administrative support.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So this was something that came just recently. The discussion is some of the funds that we receive through Partners in Education, can it cover stuff like signage, that we have at the golf tournament, and maybe a few marketing things, as long as it relates to partnerships. And that's why that was included in there.
Okay, do we have like a ballpark, like what the budgetary impact of the district is gonna be? Like, are we talking a couple $1,000, couple $100, $150,000?
Oh, no. So we're talking about a couple of thousand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because we're looking at every dollar and
And that's
everything.
already, we already have a budget, so that would be included in that budget. It's not an additional ask.
Okay, because you just said that the Northeast would provide the budgetary assistance to NEEF. Is that my understanding of this language?
They'll provide the, so with the way we are funded through the pot, we get a budget of $50,000 for Partners in Education. And that supports the administrative costs for, that go back into NEISD to support us. And so part of that question was, will it also support some marketing materials that NEEF does that supports NEISD when we do some, not directly to fundraising, but supporting some of those.
So it's already part of the current fund. You're not asking for new funds is the real
Correct.
question I'm asking.
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to know, because as we're talking budget stuff, so it's not a new ask.
It
It's
is
just
not
to
a new
clarify
ask.
that the money can be spent on those activities.
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I have for that one. Thank you very much. That answered my question.
Sure.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve B1A?
So moved, Madam President.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. All right, B2C.
Okay, delinquent taxes, I just want to confirm, I understand with Linebarger, this service costs the district no money, and then they keep 20% of the delinquent taxes, the rest of the funds come back to the district. Is that the basic
No,
concept?
sir. Whenever it goes delinquent, 20% is added to whatever the delinquency is.
Okay.
So we get our portion, and
Then
whenever
they-
they pay, it's added on to whatever that individual or company or whoever
Okay.
owes. So they don't take anything from us, and we
Okay.
don't pay them. It's something that's
So it's an
added on.
added fee, but we don't pay for the service, they do that, but obviously they make their money by
Yes, sir.
recovering the cost. And that's
That-
their 20%, but it's not out of the
No, sir.
delinquent. Okay.
Correct.
I just first time seeing this, so I wanted to make sure I understood that. That's great. It's a great way to continue to get funds. So that answers that question for
Okay.
me, Madam President.
You want a motion to approve 2C?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. 2F.
2F, there's two purchases on here. The one being the police department army instruction for 6 new Explorers and a transit van. And then are these new purchases or these replacement purchases? It's for $351,000, but I'm just trying to figure, because it said police department and Army instruction, so just trying to understand, is it dual use, mix match? Okay,
Two separate things. So he's buying the bulk.
okay.
I'm purchasing the 6 Ford Explorers to replace some older cars in our fleets.
Okay.
And so it's a new vendor for us, and so they had to be added because Jordan Ford is no longer a vendor to be able to purchase vehicles.
So these are replacement vehicles, and the plan is obviously to reduce maintenance costs over the long term
Correct.
and update the fleet, okay. The Army instruction piece, is that the one transit van?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so in the past, we've been using private vehicles to transport materials, students, whatnot, as needed, back and forth. And we've been doing that for many years. And so Colonel saved up his budget over time to be able to purchase that.
Okay,
through
so
his-
it's for all the
his budget
RTC
funds.
movements to different
Yes, sir.
events. Okay, that's great. The last one is the transportation of the 3 Yukons. Are these new purchases, are these replacement vehicles, and what are they being used for, because it's under transportation?
We do a lot of small, like shuttle runs. So instead of having to use a bus to do that, we'd be able to use this, use less gas. It's just more economical. We don't need a CDL driver to drive that vehicle. So with the shortage, we'd be able to use, staff that maybe doesn't have a CDL to do it.
So this is one of those pieces where we're looking at how to deliver the same service differently.
Yep.
And so instead of having a CDL certified person that we have to run through and do, this is allowing us to transport smaller amounts. So some of these are like to where, Bill?
Well, yeah, so here's a good example. For the last couple of school years, we've been taking kids from Johnson High School, 1 student, 2 students from Reagan, 1 from Churchill, 1 from Mac, down to St. Philip's College for their classes, down to UTSA downtown, and we've been using a big bus. With a driver shortage, I use 1 bus, they'll start picking kids up at 6:30, hit all the high schools. He doesn't get back till 8:30. He can't carry 40, 50 elementary kids,
Yeah.
40, 50 middle school. So it's just trying to be more efficient what we have. Plus, hard time to get CDL drivers. Everybody in the room can drive these. So I just need somebody that has a license and, on our staff that can drive these.
I like the concept. My question is, no one loves a minivan unless you have a lot of kids, but they can either carry the same number of people, but I'm guessing Prosper vehicle could be a lot cheaper than, these are running $53,000 each. Is there an alternative, or is this the best option, given all the dynamics?
Well, the alternative, we actually signed an agreement, I think Valerie helped me with that, I think it was April 30th, May 1. We have a third-party company called Everdriven that we've been using. We're actually using it to carry a couple special needs kids that are kind of out of the way. We can't get there in time. They'd be on the bus for an hour. Problem is, it's $140, $150 a day. So that's a temporary fix. The Yukons were, to get 3 Type A buses or a couple Type A buses, once the board would get approval, it's probably 14, 15 months to get those.
Okay.
I don't need CDL drivers to drive those. The Yukons were, to me, the quickest way. We can probably take delivery by September and, be efficient with them and maybe not use Everdriven, where I was pricing that out at about $175,000 a year to do just what I described.
Understood. No, I'm just trying to understand what the use is for and what the needs and then the options, because we're looking at everything. So now that answers my questions. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve 2F?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Byer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. All right, item G.
All right, item G. So appreciate this list. I think this is great. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, but obviously we got some more stuff because there's a lot of stuff that we're looking forward to. But the first one on page 64 of our package, at page 1, Amplify Ed. From my understanding, that's with HB 1605. That's going to be open educational resource. It's not going to cost the district money. So, is this just a placeholder for $185,000? Because if Governor signed 1605, amplifies it under OER free resources.
That is correct. So this is something that we purchased last year, and so that is something that the state has looked at adopting for the statewide. But I don't know, has it passed yet, Jennifer? Yeah, it's not passed yet.
So currently, we're using it as a resource for K2, and we'd like to renew it because we're getting really great results from it.
Right.
If it's not going to be offered for free.
Okay, but if the governor signs the bill, it's in 1605, it will be for free, correct?
Correct.
So can we hold off a couple days on this? Or this is anticipated, so these are not actual purchases? Okay.
These are not actually, these are just anticipated, so if it comes in free, we're just not gonna spend it.
Okay, that, good, because I realized, so these are all stuff we're gonna come before the board here going forward? So none of this is, we're just being shown this list.
Yes,
So
sir.
we're not approving anything tonight
Yeah,
directly.
this is for 23, 24.
Just giving us eyeballs of what y'all are looking at under the district scorecard, and we're doing that.
And it kind of serves as a pre-approval for some of these things because we don't have a July board meeting. And
Okay.
sometimes the bills come in on July 1 and we need to pay for software, we pay for.
Well, so are you,
So
this
they
is
are
approving,
pre-approved.
we're approving spending then?
Yes.
On this, okay, all right, that answers the question. Still on page 1, government entity, city of San Antonio, 397,000 miscellaneous. What exactly are we paying the city of San Antonio $397,000 for? Do we know?
So those are various items. It's used across the district depending on different things. It could be professional development, it could be other programs. It just depends. It just runs a whole different.
So the city's providing that to the district, or we're paying for their services? It's not utilities, I know those are all
That's not
separate.
utilities.
Police radios.
Police
They have
radios.
a monthly fee for use the SAP frequency, so we can communicate in case of a multi-hazard event.
But that's not this whole cost of this contract, okay, but that's one of the examples of, okay, that answers that. College board, no. The communities and schools in SA, it's consultation services, but what are they providing the district, or what are benefits are we getting?
So communities and schools work at specific schools where campuses use their Title I funds to use the service, and essentially they act as an extension of like family outreach and different services to keep kids connected. And that's really left up to that campus community. And
So it's different than the family specialist
sorry, my microphone's doing
and the
something
mental
weird.
health grant program. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. 'Cause
Yes,
obviously-
it's different. They have different responsibilities within the campus.
Okay. That answers that. What was the other one? Oh, Chromebook repairs, $600,000. That seems a lot for Chromebook repairs on page 67 of our package. $600,000 we just issue a bunch of those last year? We got a whole big order, but $600,000, like how many are damaged, or are these older ones, or what's the story, I guess, that's?
Good evening. So what this is, we're looking just to have a limit to spend. We don't have any hard data yet.
Okay.
As far as damage cost yet, but we need to make sure we have a budget so we can repair these in a timely manner.
Okay, so all of this will come back before the board, but we're kind of teeing y'all up for when you're going to actually spend over 50K. Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption? Or we signed, because I don't know, this is probably $60 or $70 million total here that we would be pre-approving. But I'm just trying to figure, are we actually approving all of these tonight?
Right, so it's just a starting point for us, and we kind of did our best guess, because they are anticipated spend, so it's not necessarily that we have everything down to the T. I mean, other things are gonna come up, in which case we will bring them back to the board if they are in excess of what we've pre-asked you for tonight.
I guess the one question, maybe we get Dr. Mike, what's the, not right now, but maybe in what's this total number? Because I'm guessing this has got to be, there's a couple of this has got to be a large portion of our salary budget type thing, 50, 60, 70 million.
This is on that managed budget side, right?
Okay.
And so this is, and just to help you, this isn't like something new in it, or kind of new, right? If you look on page 66 is the NASA component, right? Well, that's paying that you all voted for, right?
Yeah.
Into it. So these are just based on historical pieces of what we have spent our money on. That doesn't mean, and again, it doesn't mean we're going to hit this number. We may be well below it. It's just that kind of a historical kind of average piece, right? This is kind of what we typically run. But I can tell you this, y'all. Look, we're always looking for money. I mean, we're always looking at where we can. And in fact, poor Mr. Jarrett got it today from me about that, and by caught it, I mean just a rowdy discussion over, do we really need this? And so, some of this is just to start moving forward, but look, if I can save money, I'm gonna save it.
Well,
Mr.
Miss-
Hilliard.
And I don't have to argue with Dan too hard about saving
It's not
money.
just general fund, it could be grant fund.
Yeah, it could be
Well,
title monies.
And I guess the bigger issues for the things that we're paying for, like consulting service stuff, how are we measuring that return on investment tied to the district scorecard, where we're starting to have objective measures of a want versus a need? Because I'm like, do we need that consulting services? Or, do we already have counselors or whatever it might be? And depending on some of this stuff, obviously, you got to buy vehicle.
You're using my words. Is that
Yeah.
a want or a need? This
Yeah.
is exactly
Okay.
what we're talking about. Like, is that a want or do we actually need it? So to give you Mr. Jarrett's example today, my whole question is, explain to me how that expenditure is going to impact student outcomes. And students, it's not, then I'm really not for it.
Right.
Like, I just don't want to spend money there because this really needs to be leveraging something. So, Mr. Hilliard, to answer it, look, we're using the district scorecard is that in every piece of this? I'm not going to tell you it is.
I understand.
But that's a big piece of it is, as we look and continue to look, these are all pieces as we go along trying to say, do we need that? Mr. Jarrett's favorite word is two words, duplicity of effort, right? Or three, I guess, it's late. But it's that piece of, are we doing the same thing over and over and over? Why are we doing it? And now let's figure it out, right? And that's that piece of it.
Right, right. That's all my questions. That was just the mindset, and it sounds like that's
Yeah.
what we're going for every time.
Oh, yeah.
The
No.
district scorecard, that's great. So,
100%.
Madam President, I'll let you make the motion. I second it or whatever.
Okay, do you have a motion to approve 2G?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. Item 12, reports. A, interim financial and management reports. B, federal grants report. C, awarded bid report. D, open records request report. Those have been provided for you. Item 13, discussion and possible action regarding board members' requests for items to be placed on a future agenda and/or request for reports from the administration. Does anybody have anything? Seeing none, it is item 14, adjournment, and the time is 10:38. Good night.
Before midnight.